Zeth looks very sharp, coming out of the gate, taking full advantage of that window height. Zeth holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history with 346 total round wins. He's generally the one to beat in this pairing, but he's recently struggled to keep that lead against Omnic. It'll be interesting to see if those historical numbers actually matter in this series. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken over the server with 3 straight rounds. A huge shift in power as he punishes Zeth from the ramp to keep the roll going. A sharp response from Zeth, shutting down the momentum and claiming another round for himself. Exactly what you'd expect from the favorite early on. He's completely untouchable right now, pulling his scoreline back into a tight game. Zeth is just as fast as anyone else in the server right now. Omnic is really stepping up his game, finding a great angle on the ramp to widen the gap. Omnic is showing some impressive consistency in the short term, coming off a 1917 run over the last 24 hours. That confidence is clearly bleeding into the server as he pushes the lead. He'll need to maintain this pace if he wants to truly flip the script on the match favorite. Zeth forces the issue and drops the opponent right off that window. He's showing a lot of grit to claw his way back like this. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, this is basically exactly what we expected from a match this balanced. Both guys looked capable of stringing together long runs, so we should see a high pressure battle for the final rounds. Both guys start fresh. Omnic barely holds the edge now at 7-6. Both players are trading blows similarly to their last meeting on Blame Map. Zeth wins a quick battle between the two on the ramp, evening things up at 7-7. It's a total toss-up now going into the final stretch. He's refusing to go away, securing a second straight round to take the lead. Zeth is playing the role of the favorite perfectly right now. Omnic answers back perfectly, locking this tie at 8-all. The gap between these two is almost non-existent on the ladder. Omnic just nudged ahead, putting him up 9-8. Zeth has normally been the stronger side in these matchups. A perfectly clean sideline for Zeth to level this game up. Both sides are just refusing to blink in this series. Zeth claims another one from the window, continuing his push back into this game. Zeth seems to have his number today. He shuts down that run with a clean shot from the ramp to move into the lead. A very decisive sequence of events to put himself in control. Omnic answers back with a solid trade to keep things interesting. Both sides have really found their footing in this set. Zeth is putting on a clinic in resilience, moving just one round away from victory. This match is finally leaning toward the predicted outcome. What a fight! Omnic digs deep to survive that brawl from the ramp and stay in the game. He really clamped down to secure that survival. A fierce exchange on the ramp ends with Omnic leveling the score at 12-all. Pure chaos as Zeth loses his grip on the lead. That was a lightning-fast trade to regain the lead. Omnic takes it from the window, and now we're heading straight into the first overtime of the series. Both sides are proving they belong in the mix today. Zeth is staying composed under the pressure, walking away from that engagement completely unscathed. He is refusing to let the pressure get to him. Simply flawless, and now he's just one round away from closing the door on this set. The higher seed is asserting his will in the clutch. A huge moment here as Omnic puts on a stand to keep this series alive. The underdog is really making this a grind. What a way to close it out. Zeth completes a stunning turnaround to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit in overtime, but he just couldn't find that final shot to secure the upset. He had to dig deep for that victory. Hard-fought win. Zeth is historically very strong here, holding a 68-40 lead in their head-to-head record. It's clear that the psychological edge is with him right now. We'll see if Lancer can shake that feeling and push back. What a brawl! He nearly goes down but manages to scrap through for his second straight. He's definitely playing like the higher-rated man this early on. Absolutely outclassed. He's out in front now with a convincing 3-round burst. His strong run today continues after that tight win against Omnic. A gritty stand there, and he finally claws one back to stay in the fight. Exactly what you'd expect from a top-tier talent under pressure. Unbelievable! He survives with just a sliver of health after a brutal trade-off to pull within 1. The underdog is certainly making things interesting early on. Lancer is on fire. He just leveled the score with another lightning-fast shot. An absolute shutdown of an encounter. He's simply taken over this game. His current form is a stark contrast to those previous meetings. A tough exchange there, but Zeth comes out on top to bring this series back to a dead heat. He's showing why he's comfortably ranked in the top 30. He's refusing to go away, taking a commanding lead in this series. The pressure is starting to mount for the favorite. Lancer forces a total reset, making this 5-all. A real deadlock as we head toward the break. Zeth pulls ahead by 1, reclaiming a narrow lead. We've got a 6-6 deadlock. I mean, this is essentially a toss-up. Lancer is holding his own and keeping pace with Zeth, which fits exactly how we projected this matchup going. Fresh start for both of them. He finds his footing again, securing a total wipe and taking the lead into the second half. A shaky start for the higher seed as we move forward. Just a complete blank for Zeth, as his opponent makes it 2 in a row. The momentum is shifting away from the projected winner. Lancer holds a slim 1-round advantage as we move on. The higher rated player is refusing to let this slide. Lancer just tied things up at 8 apiece. He's riding a massive wave of confidence after that tight win against Omnic. He's completely shut him down, taking a commanding 3-round run to reclaim the lead. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, extending his run to 4 straight. The gap in the ladder rankings is becoming very apparent here. Lancer shows some serious grit here, cutting the deficit down to a single round. Lancer is definitely proving to be a handful today. It's a really tight tug of war right now. Zeth is just barely keeping his nose ahead of the competition. Lancer digs deep to survive a chaotic trade and keeps the pressure mounting. That was an incredibly tense fight for the lead. Unbelievable. He nearly gets deleted in that frantic exchange, but he claws out another victory to level the playing field. Lancer is completely taking over this final stretch and now stands on match point. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Zed answers back with an incredibly clean shot to bring us to a dead heat. A massive swing of momentum for the higher ranked player here. What a statement! He takes the lead in this overtime scramble without taking any damage. A clean response from the underdog to retake control. Both players are reacting so fast. These rounds are ending in a blink. He's 23 free. Zeph is really putting the squeeze on him now, just a few steps away from closing the door. He's just completely untouchable, securing another clean kill to put himself on the verge of victory. He is fully asserting his authority as the top seed. Refusing to buckle, Lancer stays alive and claws another round back into his favor. What a finish! Zed closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime, but he just couldn't close those final gaps. He's fought so hard today. What a match! Lancer has the upper hand in their history with a 52% win rate against Omnic, and honestly, that head-to-head edge is showing through in this opening exchange. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script today. What a scrap. Both of them were shredded, but he just barely managed to edge out the victory. It's a dead heat right now, ignoring those rating gaps. Omnic seizes the momentum, leading 2-1. His current run is a sharp turnaround from that 14-16 loss earlier. Lancer claws back to tie it up at 2-all. Lancer is definitely capitalizing on that confidence from their last meeting. Omnic is putting on a real show right now, taking control of the early map. The lower rated player is definitely the one dictating the pace here. Omnic is really pulling away now, sitting at 4-2. Lancer has been struggling to close things out today. Lancer answers back, narrowing the gap to 4-3. A quick win that helps erase some of the frustration from that 12-23 day. Omnic has played over 2,000 matches in this league, yet his career win rate is still hovering at 35%. It's clear that he's fighting an uphill battle with his overall record, but he's playing some of his best duel-to-duel combat right now. Lancer needs to find a way to break this rhythm. A total shutout here. He's just completely in control of this series. A very different look than their previous 13-7 meeting. He's just relentless, extending the lead to 8-3 and staying untouchable. It's a tough spot for the favorite to find himself in. Omnic takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, we all expected Lancer to hold the advantage here, but he's just not reacting fast enough. He has a huge hill to climb in the second half. Fresh start. Let's see the fight. Omnic keeps the pressure high, now leading 9-4. The momentum shift is subtle, but he's fighting back from the bottom. Omnic is just dominant, cruising to a 10-4 lead. Lancer just can't find a way to slow this down. He's effectively staring at a mountain right now. Lancer is really feeling the weight of that recent loss to Zeth. Lancer is refusing to just let this one slide, keeping things interesting as we head into the final stretch. Another clean burst, and he's now just one step away from closing this out. Pure chaos for a guy who entered this series with such high expectations. Absolutely stunning. Omnic closes the door on this series with a perfect final shot. He's completely rewritten the script here, leaving Lancer in the dust after that absolute demolition on Italy. Zeph historically holds the advantage, winning 53% of their lifetime encounters. He's a bit of a bogeyman for Omnic. It'll be interesting to see if that history continues to play a role as the match progresses. A completely effortless finish for Omnic, and that makes it a perfect 3-0 start. The rankings gave the edge to Zeph, but he's looking lost. This is getting frightening now. He's just completely owning the server. Rough spot for the higher rated player. He finally puts one on the board to break that opening run. He definitely looks like the more confident player entering this clash. Zeth is putting up a fight, picking up another round to close that gap. He's certainly starting to look like the man to beat. He's completely flipped the script on this one. A sharp reaction there from Omnic to cut that momentum in half. He's really putting those rank advantages to the test right now. He's refusing to go away, putting a perfectly clean round behind him to stay in the hunt. The underdog of this pair is showing real grit today. A complete reset of the scoreboard as Zeph ties it up at 5-5. Tense energy of a dead heat as we head into the final stretch. He's completely taken control now, securing a third straight point to seize the lead. He's playing like the clear favorite today. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, this is exactly the kind of close battle we anticipated. Neither player is letting the other pull away, so it's just a total toss-up going into the second half. Fresh start for both of them. Omnic is really utilizing that verticality well, picking up another one from the container. Looking much stronger than his overall lifetime win rate suggests. Both players traded shots, but he had just enough left to clutch the duel and even the series. A lightning quick exchange, but he kept the upper hand. Omnic edges ahead, reclaiming the lead at 8-7. He's playing against some heavy odds with that number 31 ranking. Omnic shuts that down quickly, catching Zeth right as he tried to use those boxes for cover. His recent form has been stellar, but that's not showing right now. Both players traded heavy damage, but he's managed to string together a 3-round burst. Absolutely wild exchange, but he digs deep to survive and pushes his streak to 4. He's putting up a huge shift considering his recent form. Zeth responds immediately, proving he's still very much in this contest. He's definitely playing with the higher rating in this one. A huge blow for Zeth, who just got picked off the boxes. A tough spot to be in when you're a favorite. What a finish! Omnic secures the final round and claims the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most, shaking off that long history of losses to get the job done. Zeph has won about 63% of their previous encounters, and honestly, he's played the better role in their most recent matchup too. It'll be interesting to see if Zeph can use that mental edge to recover from this slow start. Lancer is really starting to put the pressure on, and he just took Zeth right off the box. He's definitely looking to flip the script after that recent loss to Zeth. Zeth just capitalized on that high ground, trading blows with Lancer and coming out on top. Zeth holds a thin lead as we head into round 5. It's a tough spot to be in after that close loss on Orange. What a turnaround! Zeth has completely seized the momentum here. He's playing exactly like the higher rated player right now. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, stacking up another win to keep this hot streak alive. The higher rated player is really showing his class today. He's just too fast right now, claiming another effortless round to keep his streak rolling. Lancer manages to secure a round for himself, keeping the deficit manageable. A solid response for him after that tough series against Omnic. Zeth is really starting to separate himself here, utilizing that verticality to stay in total control. Lancer has the historical advantage on this map with a 49% win rate, but he's really struggling to translate that into results today. He's actually been quite poor over the last day, going 10-24. Now we just have to see if he can find a way to claw back into this series. Zeth is looking strong with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's proven that the pre-match favorites might have underestimated him. He just completely dominated that 5-round run to put himself in a great spot. Zeth still holds a 3-round cushion at 8-5. That was a quick, clean finish. His recent matches have been a real struggle today. A totally clean play as he continues to push back into this game. He's finally starting to eat into that lead. Zeth stays comfortably ahead at 9-6. The gap in ranking is definitely showing through. Zeth is playing with an immense amount of speed lately, continuing to punish Lancer from that elevated position. Zeth still has a firm grip on this at 10-7. Lancer is definitely trying to prove that the pre-match prediction's wrong. Zeth is really tightening his grip on this series and is just 2 rounds away from closing it out. Lancer has really tightened things up, refusing to let Zeth close this out quickly. Lancer is showing some real grit, considering his tough day overall. Zeth wins the battle from the box, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Absolutely crushing. Zeth secures the final round and takes home the victory. He's just in far better form right now, continuing a rough stretch for a player who's been struggling all day. Lancer has managed to win 52% of their lifetime encounters. That's a strong historical head-to-head edge to hold on to. He's looking to translate that dominance into a clean start today. Lancer is really playing it safe, just digging in from the window to hold on to that narrow lead. It's been a tough stretch for him lately, given those 3 straight losses. We're all square now as Omnic forces a deadlock. His recent 10-25 run over the last day is starting to show. Omnic is really starting to exert some pressure here, using that ramp to get another quick win. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, claiming his 3rd straight round without taking a single hit. Lancer manages to secure the trade and knock him off the ramp. The ranking gap is slim, but the experience difference is huge. Omnic is currently coming off a strong victory in his most recent match. He's clearly carrying that confidence over into this server. It's putting him in a great position to dismantle Lancer's usual control over their rivalry. He's just not letting up, keeping the pressure on with another flawless round to extend that lead. Lancer's normally the one driving the pace in these matchups. Lancer manages to secure a clean win here as we head toward the break. Lancer looks focused as he tries to claw back into this series. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Lancer to pull away here, but the underdog is looking very dangerous. He's playing the role of the spoiler perfectly so far. Lancer needs to wake up now. Omnic is just running away with this, leading 8-5. He's really carrying the momentum from that 13-5 win earlier today. Lancer punishes that peek from the ramp, proving he's not going to crumble under this deficit. A really fast response there to get his feet back under him. Omnic just shut him down quickly while he was holding the ramp. Omnic is just dominating, pushing his lead to 10-6. Lancer is really struggling to find a way back today. Omnic just wiped him right off the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. The ratings showed him as the underdog, but he's taking over. Lancer takes control of the ramp to secure another round. Lancer definitely has the experience edge in these high volume matchups. Omnic gets the upper hand from the ramp, putting him just 1 point away from victory. What a finish! Omnic secures the final kill to shut the door on this series. He's simply on another level today, and that just marks another win in a row for him against this opponent. Omnic reacts quickly to take Zeth right off the Tetris to start us off. Zeth has been the more consistent force historically, winning over 50% of their head-to-head clashes. It looks like that familiarity is paying off today as he answers back immediately. I wonder if he can keep the pressure high. Omnic completely shuts that down, taking Zeth right off the Tetris to keep things dead even. He's definitely finding his legs after that strong start to the day. Zeth edges ahead, holding a slim one-round advantage. Zeth seems to be reclaiming his ground after that last map loss. Back to square one as Omnic levels the tally. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-7 result against Lancer. Omnic is really starting to put the pressure on, denying Zeth an advantage from the high ground. He's really making his presence felt today with that 2016 record. Omnic manages to outlast him and secure another win, this time pulling Zeth down from the Tetris. It's a tough spot for the higher seeded player here. Omnic keeps the momentum going, picking Zeth off the ramp to extend his run. He's definitely taking the brunt of the higher rated player's side of the lobby. Absolute control from Omnic as he continues his surge to a 7-3 lead. He's really defying the historical trend of their long-term rivalry. Zeth finds a clean opening from the Tetris to put a stop to that run. He has generally found more success in these head-to-heads. Omnic takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely ignoring the map stats where Zeth usually holds a clear advantage. This is an unexpected start for the lower ranked player. Time for Zeth to dig in. What a scramble! Zeth barely clings onto the finish while holding the box. That was a nail-biter for the trailing player. Zeth continues this climb, proving his resolve as he takes another round to narrow the gap. He's starting to live up to that favorite tag. He's just too sharp right now, securing another spotless round to keep this surge going. Omnic finds his marks from the boost to put a dent in the momentum. That's a huge mentality shift for a player sitting at 31st. Unreal. Zeth barely walks away from that chaos with just 7 health remaining. He's really playing on a knife's edge with these close calls. Zeth is simply refusing to back down, wiping the slate clean and bringing this match right back to a deadlock. The experience of the veteran is starting to show. Omnic just barely snatched back the lead at 10-9. He's really finding his form after that previous match loss today. That was a grueling exchange, but Zeth outlasts him to bring the score back to a deadlock. We're headed into the final stretch of this battle. A total shutdown here as Zeth takes another round, proving just how tough he is to break. Zeth is clearly getting his game together as the map wraps up. Unbelievable poise from Zeth, who just needs one more victory to end this. A massive save by Omnic here, keeping his hopes alive as we move to the finale. A timely stand to push this even closer. Absolute precision from Omnic to force the deadlock, pushing this battle into the extra frames. He's simply too fast right now. taking full control of this set with a complete shutout. Hard to believe Zeth has the historical lead in their long-term rivalry. He is simply on a different level right now, taking a 4th straight round without losing a single point of health. He secures another victory from the boost, putting him just one step away from the win. He is putting on a complete clinic right now. He closes it out with a final burst to seal the series. He really flipped the script in the clutch to outlast his rival in a total war. What a fight! Zeth holds a strong 70-40 edge in their head-to-head history, so he really should be getting the upper hand here regardless of the early score. It will be interesting to see if his usual superiority over Lancer holds up this time. Zeth's in control with a narrow 2-1 lead. The higher seed is certainly making his presence felt here. He's just totally outclassing his opponent right now, taking his 3rd straight. That 13-8 result from their last match is starting to look familiar. Zeth keeps the momentum rolling, picking him off from the wine. The higher ranked player is simply refusing to let up. Lancer finds his footing, answering back quickly to keep this series competitive. He's showing he can hold his own against a heavy favorite. Zeth is really leaning into his current form, coming in with a strong 23-13 record over the last day. Well, Lancer has been struggling to keep pace recently, which makes this lead feel even more secure. The real question is if he can pull another surprising comeback here. Lancer earns the trade and secures the win from the wine, keeping the gap manageable. He's trying to break that dismal 9.25 run from today. Zeth is really pulling away now at 7-3. The gap in their ratings is really starting to show here. Zeth is just cruising now with an 8-3 cushion. It's a tough spot for the 36th ranked player here. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's not surprising to see the higher rated player on top. Lancer just hasn't looked sharp enough to challenge him today. Lancer needs an immediate response. Zeth is nearly out of reach at 9-4. Lancer has historically done a bit better on this specific layout. Zeth is absolutely dominant, leading 10-4. His recent struggles against Omnic seem to be repeating here. Lancer is really showing some resilience here, proving he can trade blows even with a significant deficit. Lancer is fighting back, but Zeth still owns a 10-6 lead. He's looking a lot sharper than he did in that 7-13 loss to Omnic. What a surge! He completely shuts down the opposition for a third straight. He's practically chewing through the lead now. Unbelievable. He's completely turned the tide, taking his 4th straight round in an absolute blink. Zeth shuts down that comeback attempt with a quick read. Lancer's overall 45% win rate hasn't been enough to sway this match. Lancer is refusing to go quiet, securing another lightning fast win to stay in this. And Zeth steps right back up, taking full control to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Lancer secures another round without taking a single hit, extending this gritty comeback attempt. What a finish! Zeth seals the deal with a clean shot to take home the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, but the experience showed when it mattered. He'll be gutted to let that one slip. What a fight! Lancer has a solid historical edge in this pairing, winning 52% of their head-to-head encounters. It's interesting to see that translate into an early lead since he's been struggling so much throughout the day. If he can maintain this focus, he'll be in a great spot. Lancer was just too quick to react from that ramp position, taking total control of the early stages. Tough to see that he's managing to shake off those recent losses. Lancer is really putting on the pressure, catching Omnic quickly as he tried to hold that ramp. And he's really turning things around after those early losses today. Lancer is just on another level right now, walking away without a scratch. Absolute chaos in this one. He barely keeps his head above water to claw back another round. He's showing some real grit to stay in this fight. That's another one for Omnic, who is refusing to back down today. He's certainly playing up to that favorite status right now. Omnic has really found his stride today, putting up a solid 21-14 record over the last 24 hours. It's a surprising contrast to the way he's starting this particular match. He'll need to find a way to reclaim his usual consistency here. Lancer keeps it rolling, shifting the momentum back in his favor. A huge shift compared to how he's played his other games today. Omnic draws blood quickly to bring things closer before the break. He's definitely feeling the confidence from those recent victories. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly the match is unfolding exactly how the experts predicted. He's using that map experience to hold a slim advantage, though Omnic is still very much in this. Let's see who wants it more. Lancer handles it from the ramp, showing some real poise to keep his lead intact. He's certainly fighting through a brutal run of results today. Omnic manages to drag him off the ramp, proving he's not going to let this match slide. That was a tight exchange, but he managed to secure the trade. Lancer is really stacking up the rounds here, and the gap is starting to widen in his favor. Lancer really needs this win after that tough 9-26 run. A gritty exchange that ultimately goes his way, proving he's determined to claw back into this series. He really just snatched the momentum right back. He's showing serious heart, continuing this charge to close the gap. He's really putting the pressure on now. A sudden shift in the air as the lead shrinks. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, erasing the deficit to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. Unbelievable. He just keeps stacking these up to take a slim lead. He's clearly shaking off the nerves that plagued his early games today. He is completely unstoppable, cruising to a 5th straight victory. A complete 180 from how this match looked 10 minutes ago. He's simply taking over the server now, putting himself in a position to end this right here. Lancer just can't find any answers for this style of play. He manages to hold his own on the ramp to prevent the match from ending right here. That's a critical stop for the trailing player. A flawless sequence from Lancer to secure his 2nd straight round, keeping his hopes alive. Total composure in that engagement. What a performance! He clears Omnic off that ramp to bring this series to a complete deadlock. A massive equalizer to push this into the final stretch. Lancer continues his steer, securing another victory from the ramp to stay in control. He's really tightened his grip on this series. Omnic refuses to break, showing incredible resolve to pull this series level at 13-13. He's simply refusing to quit, using that ramp angle to seize the advantage once again. The top-seeded player is finally asserting his will. What a response from Lancer, securing the tie with another huge play from the ramp. Absolute deadlock now as they head into the final stages. What a play! Lancer puts an end to that momentum by picking him off the ramp. What a finish! Lancer secures the series and walks away as the victor. He barely survived one of those hairy exchanges, but that's all he needed to shut the door on Omnic. He had to earn every bit of that. What a fight! Zeth holds a clear historical advantage with 347 total head-to-head wins, but that doesn't mean much right now. He is coming off a loss to this specific opponent in their last match, and we're seeing those recent struggles translate into this server. Zeth answers back with a quick one, showing he can punish that high ground effectively. A quick shake off of the nerves from the high seed challenger. Omnic is really dominating this one, leading 3-1. The higher rated player is certainly feeling the pressure now. Omnic just cruised to a massive 4-1 lead. He's definitely capitalizing on a shaky start from the higher ranked player. Incredible, Zed claws back into this, barely surviving a chaotic trade to narrow the gap. That was way too close for comfort. What a scramble. Zeth digs deep to edge out this one from the Tetris, keeping his hopes alive. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit and we are back to a dead heat. He's finally playing like the favorite we expected. The momentum has completely shifted as Zeth claims his 4th straight round to take the lead. He's definitely shaking off the rust from those early errors. Omnic finds the mark and knocks him off the box to even things up. That's a huge shift in energy for the lower rated player. Zeth secures the advantage from the box, putting him in a great spot heading into the break. Zeth holds a slim 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, this match is exactly what we expected from a pair of players this close in skill. Zeth is in a good spot, but he'll need a strong start after the switch to close this out. Time to see if Omnic responds. Zeth still holds a narrow edge at 7-6. That's a decent start to the half for the rank 31 player. Omnic has completely flipped the script, taking a huge chunk of ground back from Zeth. Absolutely lethal reflexes in that exchange. Zeth takes the round without breaking a sweat, continuing his strong push back into the match. The veteran shows some real grit here, putting a stop to that momentum and reclaiming a 2-round lead. He's really starting to look comfortable in those long-range duels. Omnic handles that exchange perfectly, capitalizing on that height advantage to pull within 1. He's really fighting his way back into this series today. We've reached a total deadlock at 9 apiece. Looking at the overall win rates, it's a complete toss-up. Pure perfection. He's on a tear now, taking 3 straight and pulling ahead in the count. He's really making his presence felt in the server today. Absolutely untouchable right now, putting a full 4-round streak on the board. Zeth's early day of success is starting to slip away. Zeth puts up a fight, finally halting that run and bringing the score to 11-10. That's a huge relief for the higher seeded player. Omnic just clears him off the box, putting himself 1 round away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted from the pre-match expectations. What a way to finish it! Omnic secures the final round to seal the series. Zeth just barely missed out on those final scrap fights he usually wins. He'll be kicking himself for that. What a battle! Zeth holds a convincing 71-40 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a massive gap that makes Lancer's early lead feel like a statement. We have to see if Zeth can lean back into that confidence. Lancer is on fire, pushing a dominant 2-0 start. Zeth usually holds the upper hand in these matchups. Lancer just can't be stopped, leading 2-1. It's a look we've seen before, especially given Zeth's higher rating. The momentum has completely shifted. Zeth just wiped out that early deficit in a hurry. Lancer edges ahead again, now sitting at 3-2. The underdog is really playing his own game right now. Zeth claws back, and we've got a deadlock at 3-all. Both of them are really fighting for every inch today. Unreal, he barely survives that fight, clinging to life by a thread to take the lead. He's definitely showing why he's the higher rated player today. Zeth is simply too fast right now, shutting down any hope of a comeback with that third straight victory. Just a blur of motion and another one gone. He is absolutely tearing through the competition right now. He is completely in control of this series, picking up another round to extend that lead. This result mirrors the close set we saw in AIM Italy P. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his run to 6 as we head toward the break. Pure efficiency from the favorite here. It's 8-4 in favor of Zeth. I mean, he's really putting the pressure on the favorite right now. That 6-round streak puts him in a great spot as we switch sides. Lancer really needs to wake up now. Lancer has historically performed better on this map with a 43% win rate. It's an interesting contrast to how he's fared overall today. He's definitely fighting back to close that gap. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. The gap in their skill ratings is becoming quite apparent. Zeth's now commanding a healthy 10-5 lead. His 22 wins today show he's in great form. Lancer is staying persistent, keeping himself within striking distance of this match. Lancer is just unable to string these wins together, which is leaving a huge opening for Zeth to close this out. Just another glimpse of the skill gap between these two. Zeth can't seem to put this one away, as the rounds keep trading back and forth. It's a tough climb for a player currently sitting at rank 36. Zeth is just an instant ahead of his opponent, putting himself one round away from victory. Game over. Zeth finishes the series with a powerful exchange to secure the victory. He's really extending the dominant record over his opponent today. Lancer gave it a shot but just couldn't close the gap. Lancer usually dominates this head-to-head rivalry, but he's currently struggling a bit with a 9-26 record over the last day. It'll be interesting to see if that slump continues or if his historical edge finally kicks in. Omnic is really finding his rhythm, up 2-1. Lancer normally holds the upper hand in these clashes. Lancer looks sharp using that height advantage to even things up. Both players are playing really tight early on. Lancer claws back ahead, putting the pressure on Omnic. He's really starting to assert himself as the favorite. Absolute deadlock now as Omnic and Lancer sit tied. That puts the higher rated player in a great spot right now. Lancer is really cleaning up here, making a quick return to form with those rapid fire rounds. Lancer is really putting that higher map win rate to use. Unbelievable, he digs deep and barely survives that absolute war of attrition. Coming off a solid 13-10 result against Zeth, he's struggling here. What an insane scrap! He claws out a victory with a tiny sliver of health left. The momentum shift is undeniable for the higher rated player right now. We've hit a complete stalemate with both at 5. He's certainly playing the part of the favorite right now. Lancer just edges ahead, taking a slim lead. The higher rated side is struggling to maintain control here. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly where we expected him to be given the head-to-head history. Omnic is still very much in the game though. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Lancer simply refuses to let him get settled, quickly picking him off the boost to keep the lead. It's impressive how he keeps stacking wins despite that rough day. Omnic currently holds the rating advantage by over 100 points, but it's really not showing up in the gameplay. Lancer is playing like the aggressor right now, and he's firmly in control of the pace. He keeps the pressure on with another victory, showing real grit to close the gap. Omnic is really starting to put some pressure on the lead. Wow, he digs himself out of that hole to take another round, barely surviving with just a sliver of health. He is really starting to tear through those defenses now. Lancer answers back immediately to regain a 2-round lead. Lancer has a massive amount of experience in this particular setup. What a fight! Omnic stays composed through the chaos to pull this one out by a hair. He's proving how dangerous he is when the pressure mounts. He's showing incredible poise, wiping the slate clean to bring this game level. The slight edge in the odds is finally playing out. Lancer secures a critical run from the boost to put himself right where he needs to be. A clean response from the top of the map. That was an absolute slugfest. He guts out a victory in a frantic exchange to bring things level. Absolute chaos in these final sets. He is completely taking over the end of this set, putting himself just a single round away from victory. Lancer shuts it down instantly to force a tie, meaning we are headed for overtime. Lancer is quickly shaking off that recent slump, looking way too comfortable in these high-stakes moments. Omnic have had a much better day overall with a 22-13 record. Lancer is just unstoppable right now, extending his run to 3 straight victories. His experience in these high-pressure marathons is really starting to show. He's just far too strong right now, moving into a 4-round streak as he secures a critical match point. He is looking completely locked in from the high ground. Game over. Lancer finishes strong to close it out. That is just how you close a marathon. Omnic really pushed him to the limit in those final sets. Hard fought win. Zeth holds a clear historical lead here, winning 53% of their overall encounters. And we can see that overall advantage translating into an early lead in the series. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that pressure for the full distance. He simply cannot be stopped right now, moving to a 3-round lead. Zeth puts on a show, raining fire from the wine to extend his lead. He's looking much sharper than he did in their last match. Omnic reacts faster here to put a stop to that run. A huge match for him today with 22 rounds already played. He's showing some real grit, taking a second straight round to chip away at that deficit. The pressure is shifting toward the favorite now. An absolute shutout here, and Omnic has now claimed 3 straight. The favorite is definitely starting to look vulnerable now. A crisp response from Zeph to get things back under control. The higher rated man seems to be finding his footing again. Omnic has been in a bit of a slump lately, taking that 22-14 result over the last day. It's a tough spot to be in when you're fighting from behind against someone as consistent as Zeph. He'll need a significant shift in momentum to close this gap. A clean exchange here as Omnic secures another win just before the break. Zeth is definitely feeling the heat compared to how his day started. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, the score perfectly mirrors how we expected this to go. Zeth is playing a very steady game, but he will need to stay focused to keep his hold on this match. He's staying aggressive and keeping the pressure high, refusing to let this game slip away. It's a fight we're seeing now, contrary to the pre-match expectations. The comeback is fully underway as he forces a deadlock in this series. This is a total reversal of the initial projections. Zeth edges ahead again, grabbing an 8-7 lead. He's clearly finding a way to reclaim that control. Zeth pushes it back to 9-7 with a clutch play. A very familiar sight as the higher-rated man looks solid here. The momentum has swung completely back into his favor with a 3rd straight win. The gap in their ladder rankings is starting to show. He refuses to go away, shutting down that run with a perfectly timed burst. That was a lightning-fast conversion to get the score closer. Zeph is really starting to pull away here. He's making it look effortless at this point. He seems to be playing a very clean series today. Omnic is refusing to back down, coming through completely unscathed to keep this contest alive. The underdog is definitely finding some holes in the defense. That was pure speed from Zeph, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He's reacting with incredible precision in these tight exchanges. What a statement from Omnic, staying perfect in that duel to keep the dream alive. A huge effort to keep this series from ending right now. He's just not letting up, fighting his way back to within a single round of the lead. The underdog is really turning the tide in his favor. And there it is. Zeth secures the final blow to close out the series. Omnic really put him through the ringer today, but the experience finally paid off in the end. He had to fight for every inch of that win. What a match. Zeth has a heavy historical lead in their head-to-head, winning about 64% of their total encounters. It's interesting to see Lancer take the early momentum despite that gap. We'll see if the higher rated player can regain his footing here. Lancer is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in that last 13-7 loss. Lancer had the better vantage point there, using the ramp to shut that round down quickly. Lancer really seems to have the upper hand today. Zeth is trailing by 1, fighting to stay even. His current form is certainly stronger, boasting a 60% win rate lately. Lancer takes control from the ramp, keeping the pressure on as Zeth tries to find a response. A surprising turn of events given how Zeth usually controls these. Lancer holds a narrow 4-3 edge as we reset. He's coming into this one with a strong 22-14 record today. Lancer was just too fast for him, clearing Zeth right off those boxes to extend the gap. It's a tall order for the lower ranked player to maintain this pace. Lancer pushes forward, clutching a thin 5-4 lead. Zeth is clearly showing why he's the favored one today. Lancer has a rocky record of 10-24 over the last day, so it's really telling that he's managing to hold his own against Zeth. If he can stay composed, he might actually pull off one of the biggest surprises of the tournament. Lancer is now commanding a dominant 3-round cushion. Zeth usually has the historical edge on this layout. Lancer goes into the break with a healthy 8-4 lead, and honestly everything is playing out exactly as the bookies predicted. He looks sharp and ready to close this out. Time to see a response from Zeth. Lancer's firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. The higher rated player is finally starting to answer back. Lancer is running away with it, leading 9-5 now. He is proving that the rating difference isn't a factor tonight. Lancer can't afford to let this slip. Zeth is starting to trade rounds and claw back into this. That was a lightning fast exchange to stop the slide. Another clean get for Zeth, showing some serious grit to keep this fight alive. He's putting together a really strong sequence right now. Lancer looks unstoppable, holding a commanding 10-7 advantage. It's a massive shift in momentum compared to their last game together. Zeth refuses to go away, digging in to pull the score closer. Zeth is really starting to find his timing in these exchanges. Zeth is putting on a real show of resilience now, shutting that door completely. He is really starting to punish those mistakes. Unbelievable. Zeth has completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even. The tide has completely turned as we head into the final stretch. A wild scrap of a round and Zeth barely walks away with it to take a 1-round lead. He's looking completely locked in right now. Zeth is on absolute fire right now, moving a single point away from victory. Lancer is completely staggered by that sequence. Lancer holds his ground and puts a stop to that scary run. He needed that to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely stunning. Zeth closes it out in total style to complete the comeback and secure the win. Lancer really pushed him to the edge, but he just couldn't find a way to close the door. He'll be gutted after that. What a fight. Lancer has the upper hand historically, winning 52% of their career meetings. He's already looking confident after that first round. We'll see if Omnic can shake off that early pressure. Omnic is really picking up the pace here, neutralizing the advantage Lancer had on the ramp. Lancer holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset. He's looking to repeat the result from their last head-to-head. Omnic is doing just fine from the ramp, evening things up completely. The pressure is definitely shifting back to Lancer now. Lancer denies that high ground attempt, maintaining his narrow lead in this battle. He's having a tough day overall with that 10-25 record. Lancer is really putting on a clinic right now, comfortably controlling the pace from the ramp. The higher rated player is struggling to keep his head up. Lancer just wiped the floor with him off the ramp, keeping his streak alive. It is a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. What a nail biter! Omnic barely clings to life with 12 health, showing incredible grit to secure a huge round. That was an incredibly frantic exchange to get back in this. He's refusing to back down, taking another round without taking a single hit. His confidence is starting to waver after that dominant start. Lancer gets plucked right off the ramp, and we have a dead even match. It's looking like a real toss-up right now. A clean shot to take him off the ramp, handing the edge back to Lancer. The momentum seems to be swinging back toward the favorite. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. You know, Omnic is really stepping up here. Lancer was expected to coast through this one, but he's fighting a real battle for every single point. Let's see who blinks first. Lancer is just too fast from that ramp, quickly regaining control of the series. That's a positive head-to-head record he's continuing to build. Lancer is putting on a display of speed here, quickly adding another one to his tally from the ramp. Absolutely lightning fast, he's on a tear now, barely blinking before ending the duel. The tide has completely turned, and he just keeps stacking these wins. He's really cementing his control over the series today. He's just outclassing everyone right now, picking up another effortless round. A tough look for the guy who entered this as the favorite. Omnic puts a stop to that run, securing a win from the ramp. He's looking for some redemption after that tight 12-16 loss earlier today. Lancer makes it a nearly impossible hill to climb for his opponent. Just one more to go. He's really capitalizing on his superior placement in the standings. Unbelievable. Omnic barely survives that chaotic trade to bring the score to 8-12. His health is barely holding on, but he's keeping the dream alive. He's putting up a fight, securing another clean finish to keep this game going. The underdog has found some serious stability in this set. Lancer secures the victory by shutting down that final attempt from the ramp. Omnic really pushed him to the limit with those narrow escapes, but he just couldn't close it out. What a fight! Zeth heads into this with a clear edge in their shared history, having won 53% of their total encounters. I mean, that mental advantage should be amplified by the fact that Zeth just beat Omnic in their most recent duel. It'll be tough for Omnic to shake that trend. Omnic with a quick reaction there, just picking Zeth right off that box. A tight contest so far for these two. Zeth keeps the pressure up, cleaning that round up comfortably from the high ground. He's showing why he's currently sitting higher on the ladder. Zeth is just one step closer to a dominant finish. Zeth's recent hot streak should make him feel comfortably in control. Pure deadlock now. Omnic finally claws back to 3-all. Zeth had been playing so sharply in his other matches today. Zeth is really taking advantage of that high ground to reclaim the lead. Omnic just manages to hold that advantage from the box to keep everything level. Zeth is simply too quick today, using that elevation to stay ahead of the pace. Zeth is playing with immense confidence after that string of recent wins. Zeth has been incredible over his last 10 matches, winning 70% of those. It's making a massive difference here, as he puts the pressure on a player who is struggling significantly in his recent series. I wonder if Omnic can find some stability now. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, and honestly that's exactly what we expected to see from two players who are so closely matched on this map. I'm looking forward to seeing who blinks first in the second half. Let's see who takes control now. Zeth regains the lead, putting him up 7-6. Coming off an active day with 21 wins already. Zeth is pulling further away with an 8-6 cushion. Zeth is really putting that rank advantage into perspective. Omnic just found a way to tighten things up, bringing this almost perfectly level. He's certainly fighting to erase that overall head-to-head deficit. Zeth is just starting to pull away at 9-7. The number 26 slot is really asserting his authority here. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. His recent record of 3 straight wins shows he's in a great spot. Omnic shows some serious grit here, picking his opponent right off the box to keep this fight alive. It's a real test of nerves for the underdog now. Omnic is simply refusing to go away, cutting Zeth down from the box for another round. This is definitely not how the odds predicted this duel would go. Zeth keeps the lead on the comeback attempt and keeps his lead firmly intact. A huge day for Zeth, picking up a win over Lancer earlier as well. Zeth just shuts down that momentum shift completely, putting him on the verge of victory. Everything is clicking for the top seed tonight. Unreal, he digs deep and survives with just 10 health to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. He had to fight for every inch of ground. What a battle! What a scramble! Zeth barely scrapes through that battle to clear Lancer off the ramp. Zeth really dominates the historical matchup, winning 73 of their 100 encounters. It's clear he has a strong mental edge here. The question is whether Lancer can find a way to break that pattern before this slips away. A tough scrap there, but Lancer digs deep to secure a victory and claw back into this. He's proving the underdog tag is starting to look a bit shaky. Zeth is quickly regaining his footing, putting a huge gap between himself and Lancer early on. That recent 13-11 result from their last clash is weighing heavy here. Lancer controls the pace and takes this from the ramp to stay right in it. Clean sweep on that exchange. The gap in their ratings didn't seem to matter at all during that exchange. What a fight! Both players were nearly gone, but Zeth edges out the victory by a hair. A perfect burst to close it out, showing some real grit in this recovery. He's clearly not letting his rank gap intimidate him today. Zeth is just too fast right now, effortlessly clearing Lancer off the ramp to extend his lead. His current form is definitely trending higher than his opponents lately. Lancer shows some great persistence, picking him off the boxes to bring it to 4-6. The higher seeded player is starting to look vulnerable. Lancer is refusing to back down, putting a huge dent in the lead just before the break. A surprising turn of events for the expected winner today. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, he's taking full advantage of his hot streak to put the pressure on Lancer. He looks way more comfortable in these exchanges than the favorite does. Let's see how the swap feels. Zeth keeps the momentum strong, easily cutting Lancer down as he tried to hold that ramp. He's looked unstoppable today, pushing his total wins to 22. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp to put the pressure back on Zeth. That creates a real battle of nerves for the final push. He's making a stand, outlasting the exchange to narrow this deficit down to a single round. Absolutely incredible! He's completely raised the deficit to tie things up at 8. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Simply sensational. He's now claimed 4 straight to seize the lead. Zeth's previous dominance in this head-to-head is completely evaporating. Unreal. He's just completely outclassed Zeth for the 5th single round in a row. It's becoming a complete disaster for the favorite. He keeps his composure from the ramp to extend this run to 6 straight. Lancer is completely disregarding those ladder rankings right now. Lancer stays perfect with another win, and now he's just 1 round away from taking this match. The momentum shift is absolutely staggering. What a read! Zeth finds the target instantly and drops him off the ramp to stay alive. That provides a necessary cushion for him as things get tense. Zeth digs in from the Tetris to secure a 2nd straight victory. We're finally seeing some of that expected stability from the favorite. What a finish! Lancer closes it out and secures the victory. He really fought back from the brink and just refused to go away. Zeth put up a hell of a fight, but the momentum was just too much. What a series! Lancer has usually found the edge in this rivalry with a win rate of about 53%. He actually enters this match as the favorite after winning their last meeting. We just have to see if Omni can reverse that trend today. Omnic is really starting to take control at 2-1. A strong start for a player who struggled in his last few games. What a scrap! He claws out the win with a tiny sliver of health left. He is definitely shaking off those recent losses to Zed. He's just completely on fire right now, putting together 3 straight rounds. Lancer just seems to be out of sorts after his 12-23 day. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just carving through his opponent. A complete reversal of their usual dynamic. He's just not letting up. That makes 5 straight for the front runner. Lancer really needs to wake up from that nightmare of a start. He's just refusing to let his foot off the gas, extending that streak to 6. He's completely flipped the script from their meeting on fast aim. Finally, Lancer gets a round back on the board. The lower rated player is starting to find some confidence. Omnic is currently maintaining a strong lead despite his 34% win rate on this map. It's a clear contrast to his usual performance in these settings. He's really proving that the stats don't tell the whole story today. Omnic holds a solid 8-4 cushion going into the break. Well, we're seeing a massive shift here. Since Lancer usually owns this matchup, he needs a serious response if he wants to avoid the upset. Time to see if Lancer bounces back. Omnic keeps pushing the lead to a commanding 9-4. Lancer looks completely lost despite entering the series with higher overall experience. What a scramble! He barely escapes with his life after a chaotic exchange. It's a tight battle for these two near the bottom of our rating. Lancer strikes back, narrowing the gap to 9-6. He's really starting to prove himself as the better head-to-head option. He's absolutely rolling now, putting together 3 straight to keep the pressure high. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another one to keep this surge going. Lancer is fighting back hard to flip the script on his opponent. Omnic puts an immediate halt to that momentum, securing a clean kill to push his lead back to 2. Omnic is putting a lot of pressure on Lancer now, really closing in on a huge victory here. That was a nail-biter, but the comeback artist manages to survive the exchange and claw back another one. A total shutout there, leaving him with no answers and putting the pressure right back on. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door with a perfect shot to take the series. Lancer fought hard for that late rally, but he just couldn't close the gap tonight. He's taking a tough loss here. Wow, what a fight! Zeth barely claws out a victory after an absolute war of attrition. Zeth has enjoyed the better of things historically, leading their head-to-head series 349 to 312. It's clear he's continuing that dominance in this opening stretch. I'm wondering if Omni can find an answer before the gap becomes too wide. Zeth is making this look easy, just picking him off the ramp to tighten his grip on the lead. Omnic is really struggling to keep up with Zeth's 4-1 lead. He's a bit of a regular today, pushing for a strong run of form. A fierce exchange there, but Omnic manages to dig deep and secure another round. That's a nice answer from the underdog in this matchup. Zeth holds a commanding 5-2 lead right now. Coming into this with more experience on the map usually pays off. Zeth's overall success on this map is currently sitting at 48%, so yeah, it's not surprising that he's translating that comfort into a significant lead here. He just seems to have the better read on these angles today. Omnic shows great reactivity, picking Zeth right off those boxes to close the distance a bit. It's a nice swing of momentum for the rank 31 player. He's keeping the pressure on, putting together a pair of rounds to trim that lead. He's showing a lot of resilience to fight back like this. Absolutely superb work there. He's totally in control as we head into the final round of the first half. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. We expected a close battle, and this is exactly what we're seeing. Omnic is staying competitive, but Zeth is currently playing the stronger side of the map. Fresh start for the second half. Zeth pulls ahead further, now sitting comfortable at 8-5. He's really taking advantage of a higher seed ranking here. Both players took plenty of damage in that fight, but he manages to secure the edge. A quick turnaround to stop that momentum from snowballing. He's completely unmarked in this one, keeping the momentum going and further cutting into the deficit. He's really putting his high-tier ladder positioning to the test now. Zeth looks sharp from that blue spot, putting a quick end to that encounter. Coming off that strong showing against Lancer earlier, he stays composed. Cautious sequence here, but he closes it out completely unscathed to bring the score to 8-9. That's a real grit fest from the lower seeded side of this clash. Zeth just nudges his lead back to 10-8. He's looking really confident after that dominant 13-11 run earlier today. He's simply refusing to give up, walking away from this bout without a single scratch. Zeth's seed advantage isn't providing much of a cushion right now. Zeth just secures the edge from the ramp, putting a huge amount of pressure on Omnic's hopes. Tense stuff. He's showing a lot of nerve in this close game. Zeth weathered the exchange and walked away without a scratch, putting him in a prime position to close this out. His performance tonight is definitely matching the high expectations. Game over. Zeth shuts everything down to secure the map victory. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, but that raw speed in the clutch was just too much to handle. He really had to work for that. Lancer jumps right out of the gate with a strong start from the ramp. Zeth is really leaning into his history today, keeping things tight early on. He's certainly playing his part as the favorite right now. Zeth currently dominates the lifetime head-to-head with 73 wins over Lancer, and honestly he's looking very comfortable in this server right now. It's a strong start for the higher rated player, but he'll need to maintain this pace to avoid another upset. Zeth has a real grip on this match, and he's making it look easy, even with Lancer holding the high ground. Things are deadlocked as we head into round 7. Zeth really needs to find some stability here after a tough 22-14 run today. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health left. He's certainly justifying his higher placement on the ladder today. Zeth holds the lead as he continues to push his advantage from the ramp. His recent form in the last 10 matches is truly impressive. An absolute shutout from the ramp as Zeth keeps this streak rolling. It's a tough spot for Lancer after that close call earlier today against Dominic. A completely effortless kill as Zeth plucks him from the window to keep the streak going. He's definitely making the most of that rating advantage right now. Lancer manages to disrupt the flow, securing a clean exchange right before the break. A quick shift in momentum for the number 36 seed. It's a 7-5 lead for Zeth heading into the break. Well, the underdog is actually playing the role of the aggressor here. He's leaning on that superior head-to-head record to keep Lancer on the defensive. Lancer needs to wake up now. Lancer has been fighting an uphill battle today with an 11-23 record. It makes this particular comeback effort so much more impressive given how tough his day has been. We'll see if he can find a second win here. Zeth is pulling away now with a commanding 9-5 lead. He's definitely the more consistent option in their recent matchups. Zeth still owns this series with a comfortable 9-6 cushion. Lancer definitely knows how to play him on this specific setup. Zeth had no trouble clearing him off the ramp, and he's really putting the pressure on now. Zeth is closing in on the finish line as the gap continues to widen. That was an incredibly fast trade. What a response! Zeth shuts the door on that comeback attempt and is now just a single round away from victory. The experience gap is really showing through right now. Lancer finds a strong response from the ramp to keep the game alive. A huge blow to the momentum for the favorite right here. Lancer barely survives that fight, managed to knock Zeth off the planks in a total scramble. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. What a finish! Zeth completely wipes the floor with him to secure the victory. He just completely outclassed him in the end, proving that those raw stats and the experience edge aren't for nothing. Lancer holds a slight historical lead with 88 total rounds won in their head-to-heads. It's a tight battle, but he's usually the more consistent finisher when these two face off. We'll see if that historical edge carries him through this set. Lancer is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's proving to be the tougher out for the higher ranked side. Omnic was far too quick there, simply wiping Lancer off the box. The higher rated player has officially locked in a stalemate. Lancer is really starting to press the advantage, managing to clear Omnic off that high ground. He's taking a lot of confidence after that close call with Zed. A dead heat now, with Omnic and Lancer tied up. Hard to believe we've got a complete toss-up this early. Absolute chaos in this one, and he somehow walks away with a single health point remaining. A tough spot for him after that recent loss to Zeth. And just like that, Omnic forces a 4-all deadlock. Omnic edges back into the lead, 5-4. The 31st ranked player is starting to look dangerous. He is just completely owning these exchanges right now, picking up another quick one. Lancer answers back perfectly, keeping the gap small as we approach the break. Lancer's struggle today is real, given that 11-24 record. Omnic holds a 7-5 advantage going into the break. Well, this is a huge surprise. Lancer came in as the heavy favorite, but he's just not finding his footing against the underdog right now. Omnic maintains his slim cushion, leading 7-6. The momentum is shifting toward the player with the superior overall map history. Lancer is really putting on a show right now, using that height advantage to keep his momentum rolling. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, managing to outdo Lancer right off the high ground. Omnic is really putting the pressure on with a 19-16 record over the last day. It's clearly reflecting in his current form as he's starting to look much sharper in these duels. The real question is if Lancer can find any answer to this rhythm. A huge burst of momentum for Omnic, who is now cruising through this set. A complete reversal of their usual dynamic. He's just completely outclassing his opponent now, securing a 5th straight victory to reach match point. Lancer is looking completely lost out there. Finally, a breakthrough. Lancer manages to claw back around to keep his hopes alive. That was a lightning-fast exchange to stop the bleed. What a finish! Omnic seals the deal and closes out the series. He really stepped up when it mattered most. That early momentum shifted the whole energy of the map. Zeth has held the advantage in their historical head-to-head, winning 53% of their encounters. You know, the momentum is definitely on his side after taking their most recent match as well. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can break that pattern here. Another clean sweep for him, and now the momentum has completely shifted. The gap in rating on the ladder is starting to show. He just can't stop the bleeding. That's a 4-round tier for Zeth. He's really asserting himself as the favorite here. Omnic answers back with a sharp response, finally getting on the board. He's not going away quietly. That's a second straight round for Omnic. The confidence is definitely building for the underdog here. Absolutely lightning fast, he has completely seized the momentum now. Unreal. He's completely wiped out that lead to bring us level at 4-4. A tough exchange there, but Zed manages to come out on top to reclaim the lead. What a fight. He has completely erased that early deficit to bring us into a deadlock. The odds are almost irrelevant now, with everything perfectly balanced. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to take a 6-5 lead. Zed holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected from a match between two closely matched players. It's a real toss-up now. Fresh starts for both of them now. He is showing some real grit, keeping the pressure high as we move deeper into the set. That was a clean stop to keep things tight. Zed has put up a strong 22-13 record in his last 24 hours of play. It's showing in his consistency, especially compared to the struggling pace Omnic has been fighting through today. He is looking very comfortable in this lead. Omnic puts on a show of strength, picking Zeth right off the wine. A quick reaction to regain some ground. Zeth is just too fast today, finding the angle to pick Omnic off the wine before he could even react. Zeth is really pulling away here. He's just a couple of rounds away from wrapping this up. He's looking firmly like the higher ranked player in this set. Omnic keeps the dream alive by digging in and refusing to let Zeth close this out. Still fighting as the 31st ranked player on the ladder. What a clutch effort. He barely scrapes through that fight to keep the comeback alive. A huge shift in energy as he keeps the pressure high. Absolute chaos in that fight. Zeth barely survives with a sliver of health to put himself on match point. He is really clinging to the edge by a thread today. And there it is. Zeth puts an end to the struggle, closing out the match in style. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but the boy Zeth showed under pressure, was just a level above. He really had to fight for that one. What a match! Lancer comes out flying, knocking Zeth right off that box to start things off. What a scrap! He barely escapes that exchange but manages to secure his second win of the match. He really needs to shake off that recent loss on fast aim. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to claw out the victory by a thread. Zeth is normally the one putting up the big numbers in this pairing. Zeth manages to hold his ground and secures a win from the Tetris. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. He's really digging in now, taking a clean victory from the boost to tighten the gap. He's finally starting to live up to the hype as the favorite. What a fight! He just barely survives a brutal exchange to even the score. He is really starting to dictate the pace of this duel. A tough battle on the triggers, but he comes out on top to regain the lead. A nice response after getting outplayed so hard in their last game. What a response! He secures a completely untouched kill to bring this set dead even. Both players are locked in a dead heat right now. Zeth is refusing to go away, putting together a strong push to reclaim the lead. He's really showing why he entered this match as the front runner. Unbelievable! Lancer barely survives that absolute war to tie the series up at 5-all. He's showing a lot of grit despite sitting at rank 36. Zeth is staying strong in this fight, securing a clean kill to maintain his lead heading into the final frame of the half. Zeth holds a 7-5 advantage heading into the break. I mean, the underdog is really challenging that favorite status. Lancer is keeping this close, but he hasn't found a way to shut Zeth down yet. Time to see if Lancer can respond. Zeth effortlessly secures another round, showing some real poise to extend the lead to 8-5. He is certainly taking advantage of that rating edge right now. A surprising shift in momentum as he manages to stay unscathed in a prolonged trade. Slowing things down just enough to keep this contest alive. Both players were desperately trading damage, but Lancer manages to weather the storm and secure another win. He's definitely found a way to stay competitive in this series. He's showing some serious resolve here, shutting down that attempt to regain ground. Zeth really needs to capitalize on that rating gap here. Zeth is completely shutting things down here, putting up a huge statement with that clean win. The skill gap is showing through in the second half. He's just completely in control now, strolling to a third straight victory. Lancer is struggling to put any pressure on him today. A heavy trade of fire, but Lancer holds on for a narrow victory. That's a gutsy way to get back in the fight. A total shutout this time, and he's now putting on some serious pressure as this gap shrinks. He's showing a huge amount of confidence in these trades. He just needs one more to seal this victory. Quick reflex acting there to neutralize the threat. He keeps the dream alive by pushing Zeth right out of heaven. Lancer is refusing to just let this go. Lancer is punching way above his weight right now. What a finish! Zeth puts it all behind him with a flawless final shot to secure the victory. Lancer really fought for every single inch of that map, clinging on through some wild low health scrambles. He just couldn't find the closing push. Hard fought win. Lancer holds a clear historical edge with 88 wins in their overall head-to-head. It's a dominant lifetime record, and he's definitely looking to use that confidence to push for another victory here. Lancer is cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. Lancer seems to be shaking off those early losses from earlier today. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, putting together a perfect start to the map. The betting favorite is definitely feeling the pressure here. That a huge response from Omnic, staying composed to secure his first win of the set. He definitely has the skill to close this gap. Lancer is just outclassing him with a 4-1 lead. Lancer has been battling through some tough losses earlier today. Lancer's just running away with a commanding 5-1 lead. He's really turning the tables after that loss on Dunes. Omnic is currently carrying a better daily pace with an 18-17 record. He's clearly in better form than his opponent, who has struggled heavily over the last few hours. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually leverage that momentum into a full comeback. What a fight! He barely scrapes by that trade with a tiny bit of health left. Lancer is just refusing to let him breathe. He's on absolute fire, taking another round to pull completely away from his opponent. A gritty battle of attrition, but he comes out on top to extend that run. Things are looking very different from that defeat on Dunes. Lancer takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. This is exactly how we expected the favorite to perform. He's completely in control of the pace and looks way too strong right now. Time for a quick reset. Lancer is just ruthless, stretching the gap to 10-3. It's quite a turn for someone with a 40% recent form. The gap is just becoming an abyss at this point. Omnic is staring down a mountain. The lower seed is just completely taking over the set. What a scramble! He manages to survive a brutal trade and take the round. He's definitely channeling that energy from his win on Dunes. He's putting up a fight, digging deep to stay in this game after a really rough stretch. He stays aggressive and practically untouchable, putting himself just one victory away from the win. That's it! He closes out the series in style to take the whole map. He really looked like he'd found his confidence on Mappers today, completely shutting down everything Omnic tried to throw at him. Zeth has historically won a majority of their encounters, boasting a high win rate in their head-to-head history. It's a bit surprising to see Omnic take the early lead given how comfortably Zeth handled him in their most recent duel. I wonder if the momentum will shift back quickly. Omnic is really cooking now, pushing ahead 2-1. He's certainly playing like the higher rated man on the ladder. Zeth is fighting back hard, quickly erasing that early lead and bringing us right back to a dead heat. He's playing with a ton of confidence after that 13-10 win over Lancer. Omnic was quicker on the draw that time, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold the ramp. Despite that rank advantage, he's looking a bit shaky right now. We're completely locked in at 3-all now. The momentum is shifting back toward the player who's been on fire lately. Zeth just nudged ahead, claiming a slim 4-3 lead. He's really capitalizing on that strong 80% run he's had lately. It's turning into a complete toss-up now. Neither player is willing to give an inch. It's a bit of a relief for him after that loss on Italy. Zeth pulls ahead once more, leading 5-4. It's a very healthy 23-12 record he's putting up over the last day. Zeth is currently sitting on a 4-match winning streak. That's giving him a massive amount of confidence. As he extends this lead, he just needs to keep this pressure up to put Omnic in a hole. Zeth is simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight win. He's looking far more comfortable than we saw in those early rounds. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 cushion. I mean, he's doing exactly what you'd expect based on his recent 80% win rate. He looks a bit steadier than Omnic as they switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth is really pulling away with an 8-5 lead. Omnic is really feeling the pressure today after those 2 straight losses. A perfectly timed peek lets Omnic claw back another round and tighten the grip on this match. He's definitely fighting the good fight as the underdog here. Zeth still holds a commanding 3-round advantage. He's definitely proving to be the more consistent player of the 2 today. Zeth is cruising now with a sturdy 10-6 lead. His overall head-to-head lead is continuing to grow here. The pace is picking up and Omnic is really starting to lean into this comeback effort. Omnic is fighting for every single round, but he's just not finding any consistency right now. The gap in their ratings is definitely starting to show here. These two are just trading blows at this point. It's become a total toss-up every single round. He's really battling through those high-pressure moments. Omnic holds the high ground on the ramp, continuing his tenacious climb back into this match. This is exactly how the match predicted he'd fight back. He's just not slowing down, keeping up the pace to bring this game within striking distance. This is a total nightmare for the favorite. Unbelievable! He's completely erased the deficit to bring this series back to a deadlock. The roles have completely reversed from how this duel started. He is simply untouchable right now, taking full control of the series as he moves to 12. Absolutely crushing the spirit of his opponent right now. What an answer! Zeth slams the door shut on that comeback attempt to force overtime. His 1,300 match experience is showing under this intense pressure. Zeth is truly grinding out this result, putting himself just one win away from a victory. A total contrast to that 13-8 victory over Lancer. Zeth is completely on top now, taking his third consecutive round to push the lead further. Absolute dominance now as he strolls to a fourth straight victory, putting himself just one step from the win. He's truly showing why he holds the higher rank here. What a way to finish it! Zeth closes out the series with an effortless final kill to secure the victory. Omnic put up a massive fight and almost had him on the ropes, but those late rounds were just too much. He really fought for it. What a grind! What a scramble! Zeth manages to edge out the first round in a total firefight. Zeth has a huge psychological advantage here, holding a 75-41 lead in their head-to-head history. And he's carrying that confidence into this match with an incredible recent form. Lancer has to find an answer quickly if he wants to keep this competitive. Zeth is just untouchable right now, claiming another victory from the box. He's really putting that rating gap on display right now. A fast response from Lancer to get his first round on the board. Zeth is usually the one with the upper hand here. Zeth is dominating, commanding a massive 5-1 lead. Zeth is definitely making the most of his better rating today. Lancer is putting up a fight here, showing some real grit to clear Zeth off that box. Zeth has a great read on this map, quickly shutting Lancer down even with the height advantage. Zeth has been on fire today, putting up a strong 24-12 record over his last few matches. He's really capitalizing on that momentum to push this lead. Lancer is definitely struggling to find a way back into this server. Zeth is staring down a blowout at 8-3. Zef holds a strong 9-3 lead going into the break. It's a total reversal of the pre-match expectations. Zef is simply outperforming Lancer right now, making a strong case for a quick victory. Time for Lancer to wake up. Zeth holds his ground high on that box and is just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. The higher rated player is simply controlling every exchange here. Zeth looks unstoppable as he climbs to 10 rounds. He's clearly a favorite in the betting for a reason. Zeth is playing with a lot of urgency right now, shutting things down almost instantly. Lancer is certainly struggling to keep up with the pace here. A perfect exchange for Zeth, moving him to match point. That was practically an instant kill. And that is it. Zeth secures a perfect final round to shut the door on this match. Lancer had the edge on this map historically, but he just couldn't find any answer for the momentum he's carrying today. Lancer has been the dominant force in this rivalry with 89 total round wins. He recently beat Omnic in a very convincing fashion on another map. It will be interesting to see if he can close this gap early on today. Lancer holds a narrow 2-1 lead right now. The higher ranked player is struggling to find a lead. The momentum has completely shifted. Lancer is on fire now. The lower ranked player is making this look easy. He's just too quick, shutting down the exchange from the wine to pull ahead even further. Lancer is playing as if he owns this matchup. He's showing real grit, ending this engagement instantly to keep the pressure on. Lancer is currently sitting on a significant historical advantage with 89 total round wins in this rivalry. And that confidence is really showing in how he's handling the pressure today. It's becoming quite a one-sided affair. Lancer really capitalized on that mistake, cleaning up the angle and putting Omnic right back on his heels. A completely untouched response from Omnic, showing some real toughness to cut into that gap. Lancer is comfortably cruising with a 7-4 lead. An expected result given how their most recent encounter went. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, we expected the favorite to hold his ground, and that is exactly what we are seeing. He should feel good about that early edge. Time to switch sides. Lancer still firmly in control at 8-5. This doesn't look like a matchup where the odds were slightly reversed. He's showing a lot of heart here, shutting that exchange down instantly to keep the pressure high. He's refusing to back down, securing another win to bring this set within reach. The gap is officially close to a single round. Lancer holds a slim lead at 9-7. A solid response from the lower rated player in this matchup. He continues to dig in, securing an effortless win to stay within striking distance. The higher seeded player is finally starting to shake things up. Lancer maintains a thin 2-round cushion over Omnic. He's playing with a lot more poise than his recent series against Zeth. Lancer is really capitalizing on this momentum, putting Omnic in a very precarious spot right now. Lancer is simply too fast right now, securing a dominant 3-round run to reach match point. A gritty scramble here, but he manages to secure the kill to keep the dream alive. He is definitely fighting through a difficult series today. What an answer! He claws back yet again to keep this fight alive. He's definitely feeling his confidence return in these late game clashes. Unbelievable. He just can't be stopped right now, keeping the pressure high with another perfect encounter. Absolutely wild. That is 4 straight for Omnic, forcing this deadlock and sending us straight into overtime. He is simply refusing to let go, claiming another effortless round to extend his run to 5. A complete reversal of the expected outcome for this match. Lancer answers back immediately, halting that momentum surge to bring things completely level. Lancer is really tightening the screws now, putting the pressure right back on Omnic as we head into the final stages. It's just not his day, coming off those 3 straight losses earlier. He completely shuts down the comeback attempt, keeping his health intact to seize the lead again. That puts him in a very commanding position as we close this out. And that is it. He closes things out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really pushed him to the brink there, but Lancer just had the composure to survive that overtime push. He had to work for that. Zeth has been on fire with a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. It is a massive contrast to Omnic's current struggle. We have to see if Zeth can maintain that momentum after dropping this first exchange. Omnic is clawing back to a narrow 2-1 lead. The head-to-head history usually favors the other side of the server. Omnic is moving fast today, really putting the pressure on with those quick reaction times. A total turnaround here as he puts together another quick win to widen the gap. The higher rated player is really feeling the heat here. That was a brutal brawl, but Omnic manages to survive and push the lead to 5. That's a total flip from how things looked in their previous encounter. He's simply not missing, extending this incredible run to 5 consecutive rounds. He's really turned the tables after that defeat earlier today. He secures another clean hit from the ramp to extend this streak to 6 straight. Zeth really needs to dig deep and find a way back into this. Finally, a breakthrough for Zeth to halt that run. He's coming into the set with a massive 25-10 day. Zeth is starting to tighten his grip on the map, using that ramp height to his advantage. Omnic was too quick for him, simply refusing to let Zeth hold that ramp advantage. A rough start for the higher rated player in this set. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the lower rated player to run away with the opening half like this. Zeth has to shake off that early slump to stay in the game. Time for a clean slate. Zeth holds his ground from the bricks to stay in this fight. He's certainly the more consistent of the two over the long haul. A total showdown on the ramp, but Omnic was just a fraction faster to land the shot. He's fighting a steep uphill battle after those losses earlier today. Zeth takes control of the ramp and puts some pressure back on Omnic. He's got a solid history in these head-to-heads. Zeth is putting on a clinic right now, using that ramp height to pull closer in the score. This mirror image of their last clash on Blame Orange. He's truly on a roll now, securing another one from the ramp to keep this streak alive. A massive confidence boost for the higher rated side here. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that fight from the wine box, surviving on just 6 health. Absolute luck to survive a fight that went that long. Omnic is definitely feeling the pressure now, as the lead is starting to evaporate. Zeth is proving why he owns a slight edge in the all-time head-to-head. Zeth handles the engagement from the toolbox to keep this rally going. The pressure is clearly shifting back toward the underdog. A huge shift in energy as Omnic takes the round, leaving him just 1 win away from the victory. That was a tight duel, but he managed to hold his nerve. And there it is. He catches him right off the ramp to seal the match victory. He really stepped up and silenced all the doubts, proving he can trade blows with the top seeds. A massive result for the underdog today. Zeth is the clear favorite heading into this series. It's interesting to see him start on the back foot after dominating their previous meeting. The early pressure is definitely on the higher rated player to adjust his pace. A real scramble up on the ramp there, but Zeth manages to come out on top. The ranking difference is certainly showing for the higher rated man. We've got a complete deadlock now. Lancer and Zeth tied. That's a huge contrast to his recent 11-23 record today. He's completely taking control of this match now, securing another round for himself. A fast exchange up on the ramp, but he secures the kill to keep the scores level. Lancer is showing exactly why he holds a map advantage here. Lancer is starting to look really comfortable out here, playing the aggressor and claiming that ramp again. That's a total flip from their last meeting on the dunes. Neither man is giving an inch at 4 all. Zeth is definitely using his superior rank to steady the ship. Zeth edges ahead by 1, putting the pressure back on. Zeth is definitely capitalizing on his massive 25-11 run from earlier today. Another victory for Zeth from that ramp position, putting him in total command of this set. He's firmly in control, especially considering the head-to-head dominance. Absolutely untouchable right now, picking up another one to extend his lead. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is playing exactly as we'd hope, keeping his composure despite Lancer's map advantage. He's looking very sharp going into the second half. Let's see if Lancer digs in. Lancer finds a way to clear the ramp and stays aggressive to keep the comeback alive. Zeth's confidence might be shaking given the recent losses. What a response! He claws his way back to a deadlock, tying the series up at 7-7. Squeezing every bit of value out of those exchanges. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brutal fight from the ramp, walking away with just a sliver of health. Talk about a nail-biter for that round. A fierce battle right there on the ramp, and Zeth is the one who walks away. His 80% win rate over the last 10 is certainly paying off. Lancer quickly clears him off the ramp to keep this push for a comeback alive. A surprising turn of events compared to what we expected going in. Incredible grit from Lancer, holding that ramp to bring us back to a dead heat. It's becoming a completely different story than their head-to-head history suggests. Lancer continues his surge, taking out the opponent from the ramp to seize a 1-round lead. The momentum has completely shifted away from the higher seed. Zeth quickly settles things down to bring the series right back to a deadlock. Zeth is quickly regaining the upper hand here, taking a narrow lead as the pressure mounts. He's looking much more comfortable now after that tough start. Wow, Zeth clings to life with almost nothing left to put himself on match point. Absolutely ice in his veins to survive that one. What a final stand! He survives a chaotic firefight to seal the map. He really had to sweat it out there, barely clinging on through a couple of those late fights. Lancer made him earn every single round. What a fight. Lancer has won more than half of their individual matchups over a long history. It's a strong record to lean on, but the current momentum clearly belongs to Omnic. We'll see if that early advantage helps him close the gap in their head-to-head record. The momentum is shifting fast, and he's simply too sharp right now. Looking completely different than that last encounter on Italy P. Lancer proves he isn't shaking off, picking him right off that boost to get back into the game. His back is against the wall now, but he's not out of this. Omnic's just dominating the map with a 4-1 lead. Lancer is usually the one dominating this specific pair. He's showing some real grit, putting up a fight to close that gap. The favorite can't seem to pull away completely. He secures another round from the ramp, really starting to chip away at that early deficit. Just a tight window separating these two right now. Omnic has struggled significantly over his last 25 rounds today, but he's managed to push past that slump in this specific match. He's effectively wiping the slate clean for the day. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close this out against the favorite. Lancer keeps the pressure on with another perfect kill, refusing to let his opponent run away with this. Lancer really tightened up the gaps on that engagement. He's staying strong in this stretch, keeping the pressure high heading into the break. He's completely erased that lead in a matter of seconds. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defying the odds here. Lancer usually owns this map, but he's looking rattled while the underdog is actually controlling the tempo. Fresh start for both players. That was a gritty battle, but he manages to edge it out to keep the pressure on. He's proving why the odds were so close going into this. Omnic holds an 8-6 cushion as we hit round 14. He's consistently fighting uphill with that overall career win rate. Omnic is really pulling away now at 9-6. The lower rated player is certainly having a field day. Lancer finally finds his footing again, showing a lot of poise to keep this contest alive. The odds had the other guy as the favorite for a reason. Incredible, he was almost completely out of health, but managed to claw back and secure the kill. His recent win against Zed showed he can keep his head in tight spots. Omnic is putting on a clinic here, finishing that engagement in a split second. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting himself on the verge of victory. Everything is simply falling into place for the favorite right now. Unbelievable! He withstands a brutal exchange to secure the final round and the entire match. He's really putting himself on a hot streak today, moving past a tough slump with a huge statement on the arena. Zeth currently holds the lead in their long-term head-to-head rivalry. He's certainly looking to capitalize on that psychological edge today. He has been in stellar form lately, winning 80% of his last 10 games. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can disrupt that momentum. Zeth keeps the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Zeth has been on a tear with 26 wins today. Omnic really needs to figure out a way to slow these things down, because right now he's just getting outpaced. He's certainly making the most of that higher ladder position. Pure aggression from Zeth, who just completely shut down that rally. That's exactly why Zeth entered the lobby as the favorite. A precise finish there to keep the pressure mounting and the hopes of a recovery alive. He's showing exactly why he's a top-tier contender on the ladder. He's digging in deep and refuses to let the game slip away. The momentum is shifting quickly in this opening stretch. What a surge! He's completely erased the deficit to bring us level at 4-all. He looks far more comfortable in these exchanges now. He's just completely taken over this match, claiming his 4th straight win to secure the lead. A complete flip from what we expected heading into this set. A clean exchange to bring things right back to a deadlock. A completely different story from their last meeting together. Zeth claws back ahead, leaving Omnic trailing 6-5. He's putting together a really dominant day with 26 wins overall. We are all tied up at 6 apiece. And honestly, this is exactly the kind of battle we wanted to see. Both players have traded huge runs this half, leaving the door wide open for whoever can stay steady in the second. Fresh start for both of them. Zeth edges ahead once more, pushing the tally to 7-6. Zeth certainly looks like the stronger player today, pushing 17 wins in his last 26. A gritty fight there, but he managed to hold his ground to bring the tally back to a deadlock. This is the perfect scenario for the underdog to lean into. What a scrap! He's shown a huge amount of heart to claw back the lead. Omnic is suddenly playing with a lot more confidence. Deadlock once again as Omnic levels things up at 8. He's definitely benefiting from that higher ranking today. Zeth barely holds a sliver of a lead at 9. A quick response to put him back in control. He just takes the fight to the ramp and levels the score at 9-all. A high-stakes tie that makes this essentially a brand new game. Zeth finds a way to slip back in front 10-9. A really impressive showing from him today overall. Zeth is starting to look like he's got this wrapped up, moving just a few steps away from a victory. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to move within a single round of victory. Absolute heart stopper to see him cling on with such a tiny amount of health. And that's it. A perfectly executed final exchange secures the series for Zeth. Omnic really pushed him to the limit today, but he just couldn't close those final gaps. What a fight! Zeth has traditionally owned this matchup with a 65% win rate over their history. It seems that confidence is translating into his current form as well. He's coming in with a strong 27-9 record over the last day, and he looks poised to keep the pressure on Lancer. Zeth is putting the squeeze on, leading 2-1. Zeth is playing like the favorite we expected today. Things are staying incredibly tight here. We're back to a dead heat after that exchange. He's managed to secure his ground for now. Zeth holds a narrow 3-2 lead heading into this. Lancer needs a spark after that tough 10-13 loss in their previous meeting. Zeth is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. That puts a real premium on the ladder gap we're seeing. Lancer looks sharp from that wine position, getting things balanced back up. That's a huge lift for the lower rated side of this pairing. Lancer is currently sitting at a rough 10-24 record over the last day. It's becoming clear that he's struggling to find any consistency across his matches today. The big question now is if he can actually reverse that trend and get back into this series. Zeth is firmly in control with a 6-4 cushion. A very efficient series of rounds for him lately. Lancer is getting completely outpaced here. He just couldn't react in time to that last exchange. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the betting outlook for this one. It'll be hard for Lancer to climb back after that 3-round slide. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer gets one back, narrowing it to 5-8. That was a blindingly fast reaction to end the streak. That was an incredibly sharp response from Lancer. He's showing real grit, refusing to let the gap widen as he secures another perfect round. Lancer is starting to play like a peer instead of a target. Lancer is still trailing as we hit 6-9. The gap in their current ladder positions is starting to feel real. Zeth stays dominant and now holds a 10-6 lead. Zeth continues to justify that higher ladder position. Lancer is putting up a fight, showing he's not just going to hand this over. He's certainly fighting his way back into the map after that previous loss. Lancer maintains his composure, securing another victory from the wine position. Zeth is staying way too composed. He keeps finding a way to shut these attempts down. Zeth is playing his way right back to that favorite status. He's simply refusing to go away, closing in on the leader with another clean exchange. Just a total contrast in speed compared to that last trip. Another rapid response from Lancer, who is refusing to let the momentum shift back. Zeth recovers quickly to take the lead, and he's now just one round away from victory. Absolutely lethal final shot to seal the deal for Zeth. Lancer really played the map well and kept things tighter than most expected, but it just wasn't enough to stop the momentum today. He'll be gutted to drop this one. Hard-fought win. Lancer enters this match with a 20% win rate over his last 10 games. It's a rough stretch for him, but he still holds the historical advantage in this specific rivalry. We'll see if he can shake off the slump today. Lancer takes a nice high ground advantage on the ramp to even things up. Lancer is making quick work of that gap. He's really fighting to get his day turned around. Omnic is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Coming off a long day in the server, the fatigue might be showing. And just like that, Lancer forces a dead heat. An intriguing battle between two of the lower seeded players in the field. Omnic is really making Lancer work for every single point here. He can definitely hold his own against the better ranked player. Total deadlock now as Omnic and Lancer sit level. The lower rated player is refusing to let this slide. Omnic just edges ahead to claim a 4-3 lead. His 16-19 record today reflects just how grinded this session has been. These two are trading blows rapidly, with neither side able to secure more than a single round in a row lately. An absolute nail-biter as both players fight for every inch. Lancer has just snatched the lead back at 5-4. Lancer is really starting to leverage that head-to-head experience. And we're back to a stalemate at 5 apiece. Lancer is really struggling to put a full match together today. These early exchanges are happening so fast, it's a total scramble for momentum as they approach the half. Lancer is managing to keep his composure here. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are going exactly as the pre-match numbers suggested. He's simply outplaying Omnic for the most part so far. Let's see if Omnic can claw back. Unbelievable, he barely survives that scramble, clinging to life with a tiny sliver of health. He is really turning the tide after that tough defeat to Zeth. Lancer's recent history against him is a bit spotty, but he clearly has the long-term advantage in their head-to-head matchups. That deep familiarity seems to be paying off right now. It'll be tough for Omnic to recover while Lancer is this locked in. Lancer is just untouchable right now, cruising to a 10-5 lead. His 10-25 record today makes this sudden run even more impressive. What a total shutdown, dropping in from the ramp to secure another victory. Absolute perfection in his movement right there. A sharp response from Omnic to put a pause on the momentum. Omnic is really starting to chip away at that gap now. He's completely in his zone right now, securing his 3rd consecutive win. Lancer is looking very shaky right now, after that loss to Zeth. Absolute authority from the challenger, who just walked through that exchange almost completely unscathed. The pressure is really starting to mount for Lancer now. He is simply refusing to back down, keeping the streak alive with another flawless victory. He's practically carving through the defense now. Lancer slams the door on that comeback attempt and is now just 1 round away from victory. What grit! He manages to keep this series alive when it mattered most. The favorites are finally starting to show some real teeth. Unbelievable. He forces the tie and we are headed into overtime. The top tier side of this bracket is really feeling the pressure. The momentum is shifting back and the pressure is really starting to climb as they approach a potential stalemate. What a fight! He just refuses to go away, forcing a complete deadlock at 13-13. Both of these guys are playing above their typical level today. He's simply refusing to crack, storming back into the lead during this grueling overtime. The favorites are really showing their class in these final moments. The tension is through the roof now that we're perfectly tied again. The lower rated player is showing a lot of heart. A clean exchange for Omnic, putting him just one step away from an incredible comeback victory. The composure in this final stretch is just incredible. Lancer delivers a huge response from the ramp to force this tie. He is showing exactly why the seedings were so close today. Omnic regains the upper hand, holding a slim 1-point lead. Omnic pulls ahead by 2, really tightening the noose. His confidence is skyrocketing with every single exchange. Omnic has built a commanding 3-point cushion now. He's really capitalizing on those early inconsistencies from the opponent. Omnic is distancing himself now with an 18-16 lead. That really kills the momentum for the favorite. Omnic keeps the pace, stretching that lead to 19-16. He's showing a lot of heart, but he just couldn't close out the deal in overtime. What a fight. Zeth enters this one with a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. He's clearly been the one with the hot hand recently. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that momentum after their slow start here. Unreal. He clings to life with a sliver of health to complete the sweep. A complete reversal from their last meeting in the orange map. What a fight! Zeth claws back into the game, barely surviving that exchange to bring the score to 3-1. That's exactly the look we expected from the favorite. He just won't go away, putting on a strong display to tighten this gap. He's totally cleaned up his game since the open. He captures the ramp battle, erasing the early deficit to square things up. That's a huge swing in the deadlock. Zeth simply cannot be stopped right now, taking a clean 4th win to officially seize the lead. Zeth is playing exactly to his seats today. He holds that ground on the ramp to secure a 5th consecutive victory. That's an incredibly fast pace from him lately. Omnic steps up with a clean finish to hold the slide. He's really fighting against the grain to close this gap. Omnic takes control of the ramp and puts the pressure back on Zeth to start the match over again. The gap in their head-to-head record is practically gone now. Goodness, he manages to survive with a tiny fragment of health left to stay ahead in this grid fest. A nerve-wracking finish to keep that lead intact. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the switch. Well, it's a dead heat between the two of them so far. Both players have had long runs of momentum, making this a toss-up as we start the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic takes the lead with a tight 7-6 advantage. He's managing to keep his head high despite that lower ranking. He responds immediately to bring this set level, showing some real grit in the fight. A lightning fast trade to get things back to a draw. Absolute chaos in this one. He barely scrapes through the exchange to reclaim a 1-round advantage. He's certainly keeping things tight despite that rating gap. He's showing incredible resolve to level things up after a brutal fight that almost cost him everything. The parity in this match is just unbelievable. Zeth is showing serious fight, shutting things down from the ramp to extend his lead. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Omnic is just not letting him breathe, quickly shutting him down from that window spot. The underdog has firmly reclaimed his ground in this series. Omnic is really pushing the pace here, quickly shutting him down and taking control of the server. He's just on another level right now, putting his opponent away in a flash. He puts up a great stand from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. A much needed answer from the favorite to stay in this. A perfect shot here, putting him just one step away from victory. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seeded player now. Boom. Omnic seals the deal with a flawless finish to secure the victory. Zeth really put himself in a hole after that massive run by the other guy. He just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight! Lancer starts us off strong, taking Zeth down right off the box. Zeth holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history. Well, it's easy to see why the favorites are feeling confident today, given how consistently he has handled this opponent. I wonder if Lancer can flip the script after their last meeting. What a scramble, both players were nearly out of air, but Zeth somehow clawed out a victory. His recent form has been on another level compared to Lancer's. Unbelievable, he barely escapes with his life to keep the streak rolling. He looks far more comfortable than he did in their last set. A quick adjustment from Lancer to get back on the board. Zeth is putting on a huge show today, winning 26 of his last 36. We are all square now with things tied at 3. Hard to believe how quickly the tide is turning here. Zeth takes control of the ramp to regain a lead, and is doing it with some incredibly fast exchanges. What a fight! Zeth manages to edge it out from the ramp, barely surviving that exchange. He's definitely playing like the superior seed today. Absolute perfection from Zeth, who completely shut down the rally with a crisp finish. Lancer's tough run of form today continues to follow him here. Lancer shows some real grit here, refusing to let Zeth run away with the match. Lancer clears him off the ramp to tighten the gap before we head into the break. A really strong finish to the first half for Lancer. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's essentially validating that rating gap right now. Lancer fought back late, but the underdog is definitely in the driver's seat here. Fresh start for both guys here. Lancer stays aggressive out of the break, erasing Zeth in a blink. That's exactly how Lancer needs to play it if he wants the upset. Lancer is simply refusing to back down, evening the score at 7-all. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. Incredible! Lancer manages to push past the defender on the box to take a narrow lead. Lancer's confidence is skyrocketing right now. Zeth answers back immediately to keep things deadlocked. It's definitely a tighter series than their usual history suggests. He's showing some serious grit, coming out of a slow battle with his health completely intact. And just like that, Lancer brings us to a dead heat at 9 apiece. Lancer is fighting against a tough tide from those previous bouts. Zeth claws back ahead, putting him up 10-9. He's certainly living up to the expectations today. Lancer is showing incredible heart, tracking him down from the Tetris to bring the score back to a dead heat. What a brutal scrap! Lancer somehow pulls through that exchange to take a narrow lead. The underdog is really starting to close the gap on the rankings. He takes the target off the box for another huge round, and now he's just one away from the win. The momentum has completely shifted away from the higher seed. Unbelievable, Lancer seals the deal with a ferocious fight back to win it all. He really put everything on the line to shake off that losing streak. A huge result for Lancer to finally get the better of Zeth. What a fight! Lancer holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history, but he's been struggling to keep up his pace throughout the day. It will be interesting to see if he can reverse that trend here. Omnic is putting on a clinic right now, absolutely dismantling the defense from the ground. Omnic's firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Both of these guys have had an incredibly long day on the server. Lancer claws back to tie it up at 2-all. The underdog has proven he can handle the pressure tonight. Lancer is simply taking over this set, marking a third consecutive round victory. A real shift in momentum for the lower rated player here. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange on the box to keep the momentum rolling. Lancer is completely untouchable right now, extending his lead to 5-2. He's just relentless, securing his 6th consecutive point to push the lead to 6-2. His recent performance over the last day has been sluggish, but not here. The momentum just keeps building as Lancer secures another flawless victory. He's completely flipping the script on his usual results today. Unbelievable! He somehow digs himself out of that hole to knock Omnic off the box and secure his 8th straight. The streak just keeps growing as he enters the halfway point with an immense lead. Lancer holds a commanding 10-2 lead heading into the break, and honestly it's exactly what we expected from the favorite. He's just totally outclassed his opponent so far in this set. Omnic needs a huge wake-up call. Lancer is making this look far too easy, just cruising through these rounds. Really putting that head-to-head historical advantage to use. Lancer was looking totally untouchable a moment ago, but Omnic is refusing to just roll over. He's fighting hard to climb out of a deep deficit. Omnic is starting to put some real pressure on Lancer here, refusing to let this match slip away. The momentum is swinging, despite Lancer being the one with the deeper experience. He is simply on fire right now, taking a 3rd straight point to keep this rally going. Lancer manages to outlast his opponent from the box, and now he's just 1 round away from the win. That was a critical answer to shut down the momentum. What a chaotic trade! He manages to walk away from that firefight, extending the fight for 1 more round. Game over! Lancer closes the door and claims the victory. He really just bounced back in a huge way after that earlier loss to settle the score. Zed enters this match as a clear historical favorite with over 300 more wins than his opponent in their long-standing rivalry. He's definitely looking to maintain that psychological edge after an early lead. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can push back since he's actually won their most recent clash. Zed is just completely taking over here, leaving Omnic in the dust. A tough battle on the ramp, but Omnic digs deep to find his footing. He's certainly reminding everyone that he can trade blows with the favorite. He's showing a lot of heart, stacking up another win to close the gap. This is exactly what we've seen in their most recent matchups. Zed's still in command with a 2-round cushion. His recent form has been significantly stronger over the last 10 games. Zed is really starting to pull away, using that ramp positioning to secure another quick round. That was a patient duel, but Omnic comes out unscathed to keep his climb alive. A huge blow to the momentum for Zed. Absolute precision on that shot as he continues to narrow the gap with a perfect encounter. The battle for the ramp was tight, but Zed comes out on top to regain the upper hand. He's really capitalizing on that superior win rate he holds on this map. Zed is currently having a fantastic day with a 24-11 record in the last 24 hours, and that confidence is clearly translating into these quick round wins. He's simply playing at a level that Omnic is struggling to keep up with right now. Zed holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. We expected a close fight, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It'll be a grueling second half as they battle for those final few points. Omnic refuses to back down, absorbing some damage, but securing a critical win to stay in the hunt. He's really starting to put the pressure on the favorite. He's completely wiped the slate clean, bringing this game back to a deadlock. The underdog is really starting to fight back. Omnic manages to clear him off the ramp and takes a narrow lead. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Zed recovers his footing with a strong play from the ramp, bringing the score level. That's a solid response from a guy currently ranked 25th. He's staying incredibly sharp, outclassing his opponent to push forward with the lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to close out the round. We've got a total stalemate at 9-all. His higher standing on our rating really shows in these tight sets. Zed edges ahead again, clutching a narrow 10-9 advantage. Omnic is playing the role of the underdog tonight. A flawless sequence there, and the series is completely deadlocked at 10-all. It's a total toss-up heading into the final stretch. Zed is really tightening his grip on this series now, putting the pressure back on Omnic. Both players have put in massive hours today. That was an intense brawl, but Zed survives the chaos to put himself just one round away from victory. He really seems to have Omnic's number in this series. What a huge shot from the ramp to keep the dream alive. That's a huge response to keep the pressure climbing. Unreal, he refuses to fade away and forces this into overtime with a perfect blow. He is simply untouchable right now, securing his third straight to put himself on the verge of a comeback victory. The momentum has completely flipped in an instant. Zeth responds instantly, trading shots on the ramp and coming out on top to level this overtime set. A huge swing from a 17-19 day for his opponent. Absolute efficiency from the challenger, taking an ironclad lead in this overtime struggle. The underdog is putting on a clinic tonight. Zeth holds his ground on the ramp to keep the scoreboard perfectly tied. A real battle of nerves for a top half ladder clash. Zeth shuts things down with a precise shot to clear his opponent off the ramp. A brutal way to stop the momentum from shifting. Incredible! Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep to close that out after being pushed to the brink in overtime. Omnic fought like a lion there. What a fight! Zeth has historically dominated this pairing, winning about 65% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a bit surprising to see that trend not showing up in the opening moments. Lancer seems ready to break that cycle today. Zeth holds a narrow lead as we head back. Coming into this, we expected him to be the stronger force. Zeth is just untouchable right now, taking another one without breaking a sweat. Lancer gets the quicker shot here to stay right in the fight. The gap in the ratings hasn't stopped him from responding. We've got a dead heat at 3-all. The momentum has completely shifted since their last match together. Zeth puts a stop to that run by picking Lancer right off the ramp. He's coming into this one with an impressive 25 wins today. And just like that, we're locked at 4 apiece. A really surprising level of consistency from Lancer so far today. Goodness, he almost lets it slip, but Zeth manages to scrap his way to victory from the ramp. He's certainly making a case for that higher ranking right now. We're completely tied up at 5 each. Lancer really seems to have a knack for picking up these games lately. Lancer edges ahead with a tight 6-5 lead. His recent form is a bit concerning after a strong day. We're sitting at a 6-6 stalemate. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from these two. Zeth showed some real grit in those low health situations to keep this game level. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth claws back into the lead. 7-6 now. The higher rated player is starting to exert his control. Lancer is playing right back. Lancer is really showing a ton of resilience today. Zeth has seized the advantage with an 8-7 score. Zeth is really making that high volume of games today count. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, quickly shutting Lancer down on that ramp. He's clearly feeling the confidence of that 25-11 day. Zeth just barely edges ahead in this grueling battle. Lancer is really playing a different game than he did against Omnic earlier. Unreal, that was a complete slugfest and Zeth just barely scrapes through the wreckage. Zeth is fighting for the upper hand here, though the ranked 24 player has faced some stiff resistance. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer for Zeth's pace right now. Zeth is definitely asserting himself as the more experienced hand today. Lancer is refusing to go away, walking away from that engagement completely unscathed. The underdog is putting up a serious fight to close the distance. He's on a roll now, continuing this impressive surge to narrow the gap. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite here. Lancer is simply on fire, putting the pressure back on with a perfectly clean finish to tie this game up. What a powerhouse performance. He's climbed all the way back to take control of the server. He's completely seized the momentum at the perfect time. Absolutely incredible. Lancer closes out the series with a flawless final shot to secure the victory. He's really defying the odds makers today, shaking off that long history of losses to take this one. Truly a gutsy performance. What a fight! Lancer has traditionally been the one to control this rivalry, holding 52% of their head-to-head wins. It makes the early lead for Omnic a bit surprising given the history. Now we have to see if he can maintain this early pressure. Omnic is smelling blood with a 2-1 cushion. An interesting start for Lancer after that dominant 13-6 victory earlier. Omnic is really putting Lancer on his heels here, refusing to let him get any breathing room. He's definitely shaking off that previous loss on June. Omnic edges ahead, taking a slim 3-2 lead. Lancer has a solid run of form going into this set. Lancer fights back to lock things up at 3 apiece. Lancer is looking dangerous after that victory against Zeth earlier. A completely clean take, and he's now taken full control of this encounter. He manages to secure the exchange, bringing things completely even at 4-4. He is digging deep for this comeback after that tough loss on Dunes. Omnic just recaptures the momentum with a 5-4 lead. He's managing to flip the script on a player he usually struggles with. Lancer claws back to make it a dead heat. A massive amount of experience behind him on this particular map. Lancer is starting to really build some heat as we head toward the half. Lancer is looking like the favorite on this map today. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how the map odds looked going in. He's playing a strong game and looks comfortably in charge of the pace. Time to see if Omnic can adapt. Lancer narrowly pulls ahead, leading 7-6 now. That was a sharp adjustment to get back in it. He's showing some real resolve to stay in this fight. Pure chaos now as Omnic forces a 7-7 deadlock. He's coming into this with a bit of a struggle in his last few games. Lancer is starting to separate himself again. It's getting much harder for Omnic to keep up with that pace. He's showing a lot of confidence after that 13-11 victory against Zeth. We are deadlocked again, both Omnic and Lancer are sitting at 8. He is really capitalizing on that higher spot in the ratings. Omnic grabs the lead, moving ahead 9-8. His ranking is slightly higher, and he's really using that edge right now. Lancer always seems to find a way back into these stalemates. Lancer has certainly put in the hours, with over 8,000 matches under his belt. Omnic puts his nose ahead once more, 10-9. That was a lightning-fast exchange to pull ahead. Lancer's recent strong run is really being tested here. Lancer is really struggling to put a stop to this momentum shift. A huge shift in control compared to their previous encounter. A complete shutdown of the opposition. He's now just a single round away from victory. Lancer can't seem to find any answers for this momentum. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal exchange and secures the final round to take the series. He really needed this one to bounce back after those rough losses today. A huge mental victory for him. What a fight. Zeth enters this match with a solid lead in their historical head-to-head record. He's also coming off a victory against Omnic in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that mental edge helps him pull ahead early. We're all squared up as Omnic fights back. His form has been stronger over the last 10 games. Zeth isn't letting Omnic stay comfortable up there. He just took him right off the boost. Zeth has certainly been the more productive of the two today. Zeth is really dominating here with a 3-1 lead. The higher seed is putting on a clinic here. Zeth holds a thin lead as they head back out. The lower ranked player is certainly making his voice heard. Zeth is playing a very fast game right now, just ending this round in a heartbeat. Zeth maintains that single round advantage for now. Both of these players have put in a lot of hours today. Dead heat now, neither Omnic nor Zeth backing down. He's really fighting the climb from the lower half of the ladder. It's almost a coin flip at this point, with the lead just trading back and forth. Zeth is leaning on that experience in the head-to-head today. A complete stalemate at 5-all for these two. Zeth has a much higher success rate on this layout historically. Omnic sneaks ahead by 1 as we move forward. He's really starting to put the pressure on now. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. Well, he's certainly defying the map stats right now. Zeth holds a better record on the arena, but Omnic has found a way to control the pace. Time for Zeth to answer back. Omnic keeps the momentum rolling, casually picking Zeth right off that elevated spot. That's definitely not the start the favorite expected. Omnic is really putting on a show here with this 4-round streak, and honestly, it's quite a turnaround considering Zeth is normally the one who comes out on top in these matchups. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can find a way to break this rhythm before things get out of hand. Omnic is really pulling away, firmly in control at 10-6. Really impressive performance given he's currently ranked lower on the ladder. Zeth just couldn't find the angle from the Tetris, and Omnic is simply too fast right now. He's simply on a different level right now, bringing his total to 12. It is getting harder for the favorite to find an answer. He secures the finish and closes the door on this series. A complete shift in momentum there, and he just completely dismantled the favorite's game plan tonight. What a scrap. Lancer barely survives the exchange to take an early lead. Lancer is really putting on the pressure, picking up a clean win from the ramp. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely outclassing Zeph in this opening set. Quite a reversal for the favorite so far. Zed answers back with a perfectly clean shot to keep the deficit at 2. Still feels like the underdog is fighting an uphill battle here. Zeph has dominated this pair historically, holding a significant edge in their total head-to-head wins. It's a huge contrast to what we're seeing in this specific set. I wonder if Lancer is finally cracking the code against him today. Zed keeps this surge going, showing real grit to stay in the fight. Lancer is starting to look a bit shaky in these exchanges. He's finally playing to that favorite status. Incredible. He secures the kill from the ramp to bring this series level. This looks like the version of the player we expected to see. What a result. He shuts everything down from the ramp and now takes a lead in the set. The momentum has completely shifted to the man who started as the heavy favorite. What a battle! He claws through the damage to survive by a hair, extending the streak to 5. Lancer is just completely out of sync in these exchanges. A strong response from Lancer, dragging Zeph off the ramp to narrow the gap. We head into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. This is essentially a toss-up right now, and it's a fair reflection of how close these two are on this map. It'll be a battle of nerves for the second half. Fresh start for both guys. What a fight. Zeth barely escapes the disaster on the ramp to bring the score to 7-6. That was a nerve-wracking sequence for both of them. A very polished finish there as he continues to push the advantage. A tough stretch for Lancer as the deficit grows. Zeth secures another one from the ramp and keeps the pressure high. The control he has right now is simply oppressive. Lancer manages to pull him off the ramp, showing some real tenacity in this comeback effort. Lancer is definitely finding more confidence now. Zeth shuts this one down from the window, proving he's still very much in the running. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the advantage. He keeps his cool from the ramp to shut down any hopes of a Lancer rally. He is really making this look like a one-sided affair. Zeth is simply on another level now, putting himself one step away from victory. A completely different result than their earlier meetings. Unbelievable. Lancer manages to dig deep and barely cling to life after that brutal fight. That was a desperate hold on the line to stay alive. A swift reaction to bring the tally to 9-12, momentarily halting Zeph's march to victory. And there it is! Zeth shuts the door on the series with an absolutely pristine final kill. Lancer had the map stats on his side, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum. Zeth really put his skill to use to shut this one down. Omnic is coming into this with a huge amount of momentum after taking down Lancer just moments ago in their previous set. It's a nice contrast to the historical data, where Lancer has traditionally held the upper hand. We have to see if the veteran can actually pivot back to his usual form here. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's certainly feeling the confidence from his recent victories. Things are looking very even right now. They're just trading rounds back and forth. Neither of these two have had a great day so far. Omnic pushes ahead to 3-2 and looks unstoppable. Lancers historically held the advantage here, but that's not showing. We've reached a total deadlock at 3 apiece. Lancer is playing to that historical 52% win rate lead. Lancer is starting to stack up some quick wins and has a decent lead now. Despite the rank gap, Lancer is really starting to take over. And just like that, Omnic and Lancer are tied up. He is really playing like a man on a mission today. Lancer's positioning was perfect there, controlling the height to secure another round. An absolute nail-biter as they sit even at 5. Lancer really needs to shake off that rough start to his day. Lancer claws ahead by 1, holding a slim 6-5 lead. Still adjusting to that 13-22 day he's having so far. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, this is exactly how the pre-match read looked. He's using his map experience to keep Omnic at arm's length. Time to see if Omnic reacts. Lancer keeps the pressure on, leading 7-6. The higher rated player is starting to make his presence felt. Omnic is putting on a clinic with the momentum right now, and Lancer simply can't find a way to shut him down. The box is proving to be a lethal spot for him. Omnic manages to clear him off the box, taking the lead in this set. A sharp response from Lancer to keep the score deadlocked. It's been a tough run for the veteran after those early losses to Zeth. Omnic pulls ahead once more, leading 9-8. He's certainly enjoying the feeling of being the aggressor right now. Whoa, what a scrap. He survives that exchange by a thread to extend the lead. He just barely eked that one out. Both players were shaking in their boots there, but he manages to walk away with a tough victory. What an intense slugfest, but Omnic manages to survive that war of attrition to put himself on the verge of victory. Everything about this sequence is favoring the favorite. Absolutely electric, Omnic finishes it off with another huge win to close the match. He's really turned the tide in this rivalry lately, effectively ending Lancer's long-standing dominance over him. Zeth holds a strong historical lead with 354 head-to-head wins, and honestly, he seems to be translating that long-term comfort into a really sharp start here. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure against a player who recently took a game off him. What a scramble. Zeth barely survives that brawl from the ramp to take a 2-0 lead. The higher-rated side is putting on a show right now. Unreal, Omnic manages to scrap his way through that absolute chaos to answer back. A nice response for the guy sitting lower on the ladder. Zeth is firmly in control with a 3-1 cushion. He's looking sharp today with a 23-12 record so far. What an absolute brawl! Omnic barely edges that out, escaping with just a sliver of health. That recent win over Zeth on Blame map is definitely on his mind. Zeth is still comfortably ahead, leading it 4-2. The higher seeded player is firmly in a commanding position. Zeth's really making it difficult for Omnic to get any air today, picking up yet another round on the ramp. A hard-fought trade on the ramp, as the resilience of Omnic keeps him in this fight. The lower seed is showing a lot of heart in this stretch. Zeth is just too quick in these exchanges, effectively shutting down any attempt at the comeback. Looking back, that 6-13 defeat on Blame map is feeling like a distant memory for him. Absolute precision on that shot, as the underdog continues to claw his way back. That was a lightning-fast exchange to close things out. Zeth looks incredibly sharp today with a 23-12 record over the last 24 hours. He's definitely utilizing that high level of confidence to stifle any hope of a comeback. It's becoming clear that his current form is simply too strong for Omnic to handle right now. Zeth takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's playing exactly to the 42% map win rate we see in the history books. Now, we just have to see if Omnic can find a way to close that gap. Zeth keeps his grip on the match at 8-5. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure after those tough losses to Lancer earlier. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-5. The difference in their ratings is starting to show. Zeth holds the line on the ramp to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. That's already his third match of the session today. Zeth is back in the driver's seat, shutting things down from the ramp to put a huge gap between them. He's absolutely crushing it now, moving to 12 rounds and sitting on match point. A total stalemate for anyone trying to stop this run. Omnic puts on a huge display of skill to knock him off the ramp. A sudden jolt of energy for the underdog. And there it is. He closes the door and secures the series with a perfect final shot from the boxes. The higher seed really made a statement here, looking miles better than he did in their previous meeting. Zeth has a commanding lead in the head-to-head, a long-term record of 79-43. That's why the early lead for Lancer is so surprising given how often Zeth has shut him down. We'll see if Lancer can actually flip the script this time. Lancers keeping the pressure high at 2-1. A bit of a shock for the rank 25 player to be trailing. Zeth secures a great position on the ramp to even things up. This is really anyone's game. The 60% win rate over his last 10 games is starting to show. Lancer barely holds on to his slim 3-2 advantage. He's fighting through a rough patch with that loss to Omnic earlier. And just like that, Zed forces a dead heat. He's looking very sharp today with a 24-12 record. Lancer is really feeling the pressure now as Zed continues to build on this momentum. Siding with the favorite here, and it's paying off. We're back to a stalemate, 4-4 now. The lower ranked player is refusing to back down today. Zeth takes a narrow lead, moving ahead 5-4. The higher rated player is looking quite composed tonight. He really scrambled to secure that one. Zeth pulls ahead once more, leading it 6-5. The confidence from that earlier match against Lancer is clearly still there. We enter the break tied at 6-all, and honestly, things are going exactly as expected for Lancer. He is proving why he entered as the favorite tonight, holding his own against a higher rated opponent. Clean slate for both of them. Zeth edges ahead by 1, holding a tight 7-6 lead. His recent success today is really paving the way. Tied up again, Lancer pushes it back to 7 apiece. A quick, decisive play to put them right back on level ground. Zeth is starting to separate himself, really putting the pressure on Lancer here. That's another clean win for him today, after that strong showing against Omnic. Lancer strikes back to keep things locked at 8. That was a clinical sequence to stop the momentum shift. Zeth takes a slight edge, moving up to 9. He's certainly finding his feet after that last defeat to Omnic. Lancer is currently dealing with a difficult day and an overall record of 13-21. This struggle is really starting to mount as he tries to dig himself out of this hole. It will take a huge mental reset to stop the bleeding here. He's just too strong right now, moving to 12 and standing on the verge of victory. He's completely shut down the opposition's hope for a comeback. A huge response from Lancer to delay the inevitable. A quick flick to stay in the game. He's putting up a fierce fight to keep the dream alive. Absolute steel nerves to hold the lead like this. That's it. Zed closes the door with a perfect final shot to secure the win. Lancer really pushed him to the limit in that one, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. What a fight. Omnic holds a historical win rate of only 35% over a massive sample size. But the recent momentum has shifted since he took their most recent head-to-head. It will be interesting to see if he can keep that control. He's completely taken over the map, taking an early 3-deal lead. Lancer has definitely struggled to find any answers in his last few series. Unbelievable, he just can't be stopped. That's 4 straight for Omnic. Lancer finally answers back, putting a stop to that opening run. The high ground advantage is definitely showing for the veteran here. Omnic is just cruising right now with a 5-1 lead. The ranking gap between these two isn't nearly as wide as the score. The betting outlook actually had Omnic as the slight favorite heading into this. And honestly, the early lead is mirroring that projection perfectly. Lancer usually has the upper hand in their long-term history, but he looks completely lost in this specific series. He's just completely outclassing the opposition, moving to an 8-1 scoreline. He's putting together a really strong day of play. He's simply on a different level right now, extending his win streak to 5. Simply too fast on the trigger. That's 6 straight as we head into the final round of the half. Omnic enters the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on this series. Lancer has way more experience on Italy, but he's just getting outplayed right now. Lancer needs to wake up now. Lancer clawed one back, but Omnic still leads 10-3. He definitely has the historical edge in this particular matchup. The momentum is just staying with Omnic regardless of how Lancer tries to push back. Lancer is starting to put up a fight, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle here. He's really struggling to shake off that 13-22 day overall. These recent exchanges are ending so quickly. Lancer is really making him work for every single round now. Both players are hovering around the same tier on the ladder. Another one for the comeback. He's completely shifted the energy with a 3rd straight victory. He's fighting from the bottom of the rankings to stay alive. A fast reaction there to put him on the verge of a victory. The momentum has firmly returned to the favored side. Absolute perfection for the final shot. Omnic shuts the door on this series. He's really starting to turn the tide against Lancer lately, showing he can dominate the map even when the history books say otherwise. Zeth has a significant lead in the head-to-head record over the long term. I mean, he's managed to take more than half of their matches together. This current lead is just mirroring that history. Now we see if Omnic can break that cycle. Omnic's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that 24-11 day. He just clears Zeth off the Tetris to secure another round. Quite a turn of events for the higher rated player in this set. He secures the high ground on the boost to keep the momentum swinging. It's a complete reversal from that match on red line. Another spotless round as he drops Zeth right off that box. That's a tough spot to be in for the higher ranked player. Wow, he barely hangs on to the round after that chaotic fight, clearing Zeth off the ramp. Omnic is really making it look easy compared to his previous encounter with Zeth. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another 7th straight for a crushing lead. It's a complete departure from how Zeth's day started. He's simply in another league right now, putting up an 8th straight win. Hard to believe the number 24 rated player is struggling this much. He manages to pick Zeth right off the Tetris to secure his 9th straight win. He's fighting a tough battle against his usual opponents lately. Absolutely effortless, he finishes the round without losing a single point of health. Omnic takes a huge 11-1 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocking start for Zeth, who usually has the edge on this map. He has to find a way to claw back from this deficit. Time for Zeth to wake up. That was a lightning fast reaction from Zeth to snap the streak. He's finally showing some signs of life here. A much needed boost for the favorite in this set. Zeth is starting to put up a fight, showing that those early rounds aren't necessarily a guarantee of the result. He's not letting up, claiming a 3rd straight to chip away at that deficit. What a read from Omnic, absolutely punishing him from the ramp to reach match point. The underrated player is just refusing to go away. And there it is, he just wipes Zeth off the box to close out the series. He really just flipped the script today, proving that those past losses don't matter when you're playing this flawlessly. Zeth clearly owns the head-to-head rivalry with 80 total wins over Lancer. He's been the more reliable force in this specific matchup historically, so he should be able to shake off that slow start. Lancer is just too fast out of the gate today, catching Zeth right there on the ramp. He is really shaking off that loss to Omnic today. Lancer's holding a narrow lead with a 2-1 cushion. The higher seed is finally showing some teeth. We've got a dead heat now, 2 apiece. He's clearly feeling the momentum from that last win on Orange. Lancer just wouldn't let Zeth hide up there. That was a clean shot to clear him off the boxes. The underranked player is putting up a fight here. Lancer and Zeth are locked in a total stalemate. He's definitely playing better than those recent results would suggest. Lancer just edges ahead, holding a tight 4-3 lead. His overall win rate is actually just slightly under that of the favorite. Unbelievable! Zeth survives a brutal exchange on the ramp with a single point of health left to level the series. Lancer reclaims the top spot, leading 5-4. Zeth has been the stronger force in his last few series. Zeth reacts quickly to pull Lancer off that ramp, and suddenly we are completely tied up here. A decent result for someone currently sitting outside the top 25. Lancer just barely manages to stay on top at 6-5. Looking at the ladder, we've got 10 spots of separation between them. We are all squared up at 6-6, and honestly this is exactly where we thought we'd be. Zeth has a higher overall rating, but Lancer is proving he can trade blows with him today. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 as we enter round 13. He's playing with a completely different confidence than we saw against Omnic. Zeth clawed right back, making it a 7-7 deadlock. He's certainly leaning on those strong results from earlier today. Lancer had the perfect read on Zeth's position, cleaning him out of the blue for another round. And we're back to a draw, 8-all. Lancer struggling to put together any real consistency tonight. Lancer just barely edges ahead, taking a 9-8 lead. The favored player is definitely feeling the pressure here. The rounds are just trading back and forth now. Neither one of these guys can put their opponent away. The higher rated player is keeping things level here. Absolutely chaotic. He manages to scrape through that firestorm with almost nothing left in the tank. He's showing some serious grit to pull that off. What a scramble. Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to survive that exchange by the skin of his teeth. Goodness, what a scrap! He barely manages to climb out of that hole after nearly being erased by the player on the container. He's on a roll now, moving within a single round of the victory. The gap on the ladder is definitely closing as this set wraps up. Zeth answers back with a hard-fought exchange, keeping his hopes alive. Total reset now with everything coming down to the final few shots. Absolute chaos. That duel puts us into a deadlock and this marathon match is officially headed for overtime. Zeth can't seem to string 2 rounds together lately, and Lancer is capitalizing on every single slip-up. Zeth has definitely played the better role in their head-to-head matchups. Holy cow, Lancer barely survives that brawl, walking away with a sliver of health left. That's a surprising turn of events given the rating gap between them. Lancer is simply on fire right now, shutting everything down with a perfect reaction. Lancer is simply refusing to give an inch right now. Game. Lancer puts an end to it right here and secures the win. What a way to finish. To walk away with this one after everything that went down in overtime is just massive. He really had to dig deep for that. What a fight. Lancer holds a slim edge in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because he typically takes the favorite role in this pairing. I want to see if he can shake off that recent loss and reclaim his control here. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Omnic just barely managed to outlast him. A total lockdown of the map. He's simply not letting anyone else touch the scoreboard. He's really playing like the better man right now. Simply oppressive. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now. Coming off a really strong showing against Zeth earlier today. He catches his opponent from the ramp, extending the lead to 5-0. He clears him right off the planks for an absolute shutout. He's really making a statement against the veteran experience here. Lancer earns a clean victory from the ramp to get back on the board. Omnic is showing a huge amount of confidence after his 70% win rate over the last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has struggled to find any real consistency lately. I wonder if that confidence is why we're seeing such a one-sided result here? Omnic finds another target from the ramp, completely shutting down that mini comeback attempt. Unbelievable. He just barely scrapes through that exchange with a sliver of health remaining. He's clearly got the upper hand in this particular set of games. Omnic takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is far from the usual script for these two. We enter this with Lancer as the favorite, but he's just not keeping up. Lancer needs a total reset here. Lancer is starting to put up a fight, taking the fight right to the window for another quick round. A quick cleanup there to keep the game alive. What an absolute nail-biter! He barely survives that brawl to shut down the ramp. Tough break for Lancer, who really thought he had that exchange. Another quick reaction for Omnic, and he's just one win away from closing this set. What a conclusion! He shuts the door on the series with a perfect final blow. He completely dismantled the veteran on his favorite ground today. It's just a terrifying run of form from the guy. Zeth has generally been the more successful player in this pairing, winning over half of their encounters. Well, he's clearly trying to maintain that historical edge today, especially since he's already started the map with the lead. Zeth is just too quick right now, catching Omnic as he tried to push out from the ramp. A complete turnaround from that 13-4 blowout their last time meeting. He's absolutely owning this map, securing another win from the boxes. A sharp contrast to how the two just matched up a moment ago. Zeth puts the pressure on, forcing the player off the ramp to extend his lead to 4-0. Zeth looks really comfortable, acting as the favorite here. He just cannot stop the momentum, extending the lead to a crushing 5 rounds. This is a complete flip from their previous matchup. Finally, a response from Omnic, shutting down that run with a clean exchange. Omnic has managed a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. It's an impressive run of form that should give him a lot of confidence as he attempts to claw back into this series. Omnic is putting on a clinic, taking his 3rd straight round without taking a single point of damage. Zeth recovers his footing here, fighting through the damage to secure the kill. A strong showing today with a positive 23-12 record. Omnic keeps his composure and clears Zeth off those boxes with a perfect burst. It's looking like this matchup is much closer than the oddsmakers expected. He knocks the opponent off the boxes, refusing to back down as he narrows the gap. Looking at that ladder gap, the underdog is fighting back hard. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Zeth had the upper hand early, but Omnic just refused to let the lead slip away. It's a dead even split for now. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth holds the slight advantage now at 7-6. Zeth is showing why he holds the historical advantage in this rivalry. What a display of grit. Omnic finds the target on the ramp to tie the series at 7-7. He's fighting through a tough set of matches today. He finds his mark again from the ramp, seizing the lead in this series. He's really starting to shift the power balance here. Zeth manages to trade that back immediately, shutting down the ramp for an 8-8 tie. He's staying incredibly steady despite those tough losses earlier today. Zeth looks far too comfortable right now, using that Tetris angle to claw further ahead. The higher rated player is starting to assert his control. Absolutely breathless, Zeth barely survives that shootout to take a 3-round lead. He's truly fighting for every single point of health right now. He's just in total command now, cleaning up from the ramp to push his current streak to 4. A much cleaner run of form than his last few outings today. Absolutely crushing it, Zeth secures a 5th straight victory and is now just 1 round away from the win. Zeth is making it look easy for the higher rated side today. A huge relief for Omnic, who puts on a great show from the ramp to stop that slide. He's really digging deep to stay in this fight. And that's it. Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Omnic pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't maintain that pace across the whole map. A solid showing from both players. Zeth really dominates the long-term history between these two, winning a huge majority of their matches together. But the current score is actually a bit surprising, since Lancer was the one to take their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see who claims the edge as this one develops. Zeth is absolutely on fire, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight rounds. Absolutely brutal. Zeth knocks him off the box to keep this streak rolling. He is completely taking over this opening set, moving a full 5 rounds clear. A total blackout for Lancer, who can't find a single answer to this rampage. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Just a total shutdown. He's putting on a clinic to move to a 7-0 lead. The higher seed is making this look effortless. The momentum is staggering as Zeth secures another win from the box. Zeth is simply in a different league, erasing him from the box to hit a 9-round tier. This is getting scary. 10 straight for Zeth, and he's just not letting up. Lancer had an 11-23 day leading up to this. A wild scrap that sees him pull ahead to an 11-0 lead just before the break. He is really putting that rank advantage on display. It's a stunning 0-12 start for the underdog. I mean, we expected a closer fight based on the odds, but Zeth is just outclassing him right now. He needs to wake up fast after that streak. Time to see if Zeth slips. What a complete demolition! He closes out the series with an absolute blowout. He simply looked untouchable out there, erasing any doubt about who the better player is right now. What a chaotic start. Both players were hammered, but Omnic barely edges out the victory. Omnic is currently leaning on the momentum from their recent 13-3 win against Lancer, and he's really translating that confidence into a fast start today. Lancer usually has the historical advantage, but he's looking completely out of sorts right now. Lancer is fighting uphill now, trailing 3-1. He's definitely fighting the tide of a tough 24-hour stretch. These bouts are ending almost instantly. Omnic is simply outreacting him right now. Lancer has the overall edge in their career, head-to-head. Lancer shows some real grit here, clawing his way back into the series. He's showing why he's usually the more consistent of these two. He refuses to go away, putting on a strong show as the gap narrows. The lead is practically gone now. Lancer's really starting to find his footing in this series. Absolute perfection on that shot, and we are officially all square now. Now both of them have an equal path to victory. What a scrap! Omnic barely survives that exchange to reclaim the lead. Talk about a nail-biter, he survives with just a sliver of health. Omnic has a strong recent win rate of 60% over his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying that confidence into this series. Lancer is usually the one controlling the pace here, so it'll be interesting to see if he can snap out of this skid. We head into the break with Omnic leading 8-4. I mean, it's a shock given how much the community expected Lancer to take this one. The favorite is just not playing to his usual standard tonight. Lancer needs a real spark now. Omnic is just running away with this, leading 9-4. Lancer is really feeling the pressure of that difficult day. Omnic holds a commanding 9-5 lead here. Lancer usually controls the pace in their long-term head-to-head. Lancer's early map advantage just isn't showing up in the highlights tonight. That was an incredibly swift exchange. Omnic's comfortably in the driver's seat at 10-6. Lancer is fighting to get that lifelong head-to-head lead back. Omnic is putting on a huge performance here, despite Lancer usually being the one to take the crown in this pairing. Unbelievable. Lancer barely scrapes through that war of attrition, surviving with a handful of health. It's an uphill climb for the lower rated side right now. Omnic shuts that comeback attempt down instantly and is now just one round away from victory. It's been a rough outing for the higher rated side overall. That's it, a gritty final exchange, and Omnic closes out the series. He just complètement owned this server. It's a huge statement win for a guy who normally struggles on this map. Zeth holds a decent lead in their head-to-head history with 356 wins over Omnic. Well, that confidence seems to be carrying over into this specific match, especially after beating him in their most recent meeting. We'll see if Omnic can find an answer now. Zeth is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. A quick response from the rank 31 player. Omnic has Tamam and flipped the script and brings us right back to a dead-even tie. Unbelievable! He claws out a victory with a sliver of health left, keeping the streak alive. A tough moment for the higher-rated player to navigate. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, but he somehow emerges from the chaos to push his lead to 4-2. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. Zeth finally responds, narrowing the gap to just 1. He's definitely putting that higher ladder rank to use right now. Omnic has really found his stride today, putting together a solid 19-17 record over the last day. That's a stark contrast to how he's traditionally fared on this map. He's completely ignoring the historical stats right now. What a wild fight! He barely scraped through that encounter with a tiny bit of health left. Zeth is fighting to keep the upper hand from their other recent clash. Omnic is just dominating, extending his lead to 7-4. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's fighting back against a tough map record of only 33%. He looks very comfortable right now, despite the odds favoring Zeth going in. Time to reset and refocus. Omnic is cruising now, extending that lead to 8-5. He's really pushing the pace against a slightly higher rated opponent. What a frantic scramble! He manages to scrape by with almost nothing left to his name. He just cannot stop clutching these low health situations. Omnic is running away with this, leading 9-6. Omnic is just unstoppable, pulling further ahead at 10-6. He looks incredibly confident coming into this matchup today. Zeth is certainly not going to let his opponent close this out easily. His 23-12 run today shows he has plenty of gas left. Omnic is putting an enormous amount of pressure on Zeth here, making it very difficult for him to string together a series of rounds. Another clean exchange for Omnic, and he's now just a single round away from victory. He's outplaying the favorite in every possible way right now. A critical stop right here, showing he's not ready to let this go without a fight. A sudden shift in momentum as he finds his footing again. Zeth gets a huge read on this one, securing his second straight point. That was a frighteningly fast execution to wrap up the point. A massive response here as he continues this surprising charge back into the game. A perfect sequence of 3 to bring him right back into this. He's simply not letting this game slip away, completing a clinical sweep of 4 straight points. Unbelievable! He fights back from the brink and secures the final point with just 4 HP. Just a complete nail-biter until the very last shot. He really had to dig deep to close this one out. What a fight! Zeth is looking sharp early, taking control of the high ground to secure the opening round. Zeth is really putting the pressure on, using that Tetris height to keep Lancer on the back foot. Unbelievable, he claws out the victory with a tiny sliver of health left. He's looked very comfortable in this head-to-head matchup over the years. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the server. Looking like a reflection of their last outing on the dunes. What an intense trade, but he barely hangs on to keep the perfect run alive. The rating gap between them is really showing in this opener. A complete shutout so far, and Zeth continues to look unstoppable. He's really capitalizing on that rating advantage right now. Lancer finally finds an opening in a heavy exchange to break the pace. A strong start for a player who's struggled in his last few outings. Zeth has historically won about 65% of their meetings. It's a crushing weight to carry when you consider Lancer is actually the one usually favored in these picks. Now he's just trying to find a way to claw back into this series. Zeth is just dominating, sitting pretty at 8-2. Lancer is putting up a fight now, refusing to let this match slip away without a struggle. A stark contrast to that total shutout he suffered on the dunes. Zeth holds a solid 8-4 lead coming into the break. Well, he's really making the most of his current form. Lancer was supposed to be the safer bet here, but he's struggling to keep pace. Time to reset and refocus. Zeth just needs one more to seal the deal. A much needed response after that brief slip. Lancer is really playing aggressive now, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold the ramp. Zeth's been riding a huge wave of success today overall. Zeth has been in incredible form with a 23-13 record over the last day, and honestly, he's using that confidence to maintain a vice grip on this match. Lancer just can't find any consistency right now. Zeth is cruising ahead with a commanding 10-6 lead. Lancer is finally starting to chip away at that lead. Zeth still keeps a comfortable 3-round cushion. Quite a turn of events for the lower seeded player here. What a battle! Both players were bleeding out in that trade, but he manages to survive and secure his third straight point. Absolutely crushing it. He just shut everything down with a flawless shot to make it a 4-round tier. Unbelievable! After a brutal exchange, Lancer manages to hold it together and brings us dead even. The pre-match favorite is now fighting just to stay in the game. A sharp response from Zeth to reclaim a slim lead. Zeth is proving why he currently sits 10 spots higher on the ladder. Unreal, Lancer secures the equalizer from the boost, bringing this match completely level. A complete toss-up as we head into this final stretch. Zeth answers back instantly, moving himself into a position to take full control here. He's showing exactly why he entered this bout as the heavy favorite. Absolutely incredible. He refuses to go down, forcing this a deadlock at 12 all. A lightning fast set of engagements here, and Zeth's hold on the ramp gives him a huge advantage heading into the final moments. Lancer just outdueled him from the Tetris, completely leveling the scoreboard. Neither player is giving an inch in this absolute deadlock. Goodness, he barely walked away from that chaos with a sliver of health left. Both are fighting for every scrap as they enter the overtime blocks. He's just not letting up, staying composed to bring this entire series back to a dead heat. A real nail-biter as we head into this final sequence. An absolute shutdown of an engagement, putting him just one step away from victory. That was an incredibly crisp finish. Game over! Zed closes the door with a perfect finish to secure the victory. Lancer really fought back from the brink to make it a bloodbath in overtime, but he just couldn't find that final clutch shot. He'll be gutted to let that one slide. What a battle! Lancer comes out swinging, using the ramp to get that early advantage. Lancer is putting on a clinic early, completely ignoring the height advantage Omnic tried to set up. He's really making a statement after that tough outing on Orange. Unbelievable. Omnic just barely hangs on with a sliver of health to claw one back. His recent run of form is certainly starting to show. Lancer is comfortably in control here, utilizing that ramp to build a solid lead. A tough run of games lately, but he's looking sharper here. Omnic just takes control of the map by pulling Lancer right off the ramp. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses. What a scramble! Lancer manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health left. The higher rating hasn't provided much of a cushion so far. Lancer holds the historical edge here, having won slightly over half of their head-to-head battles. It's interesting to see that confidence translating into the scoreline, especially since he's normally the more favored player in this matchup. It will be a battle of wills to see if he can actually close this one out. Lancer barely survives that frantic firefight from the ramp to keep the streak alive. It's a complete turnaround from that previous map on Orange. Omnic finds the opening here, cutting into that lead to make it 3-6. A nice bit of momentum for the higher rated player. Goodness, that was close. Omnic survives a chaotic trade to bring the deficit down to 2. Lancer's early dominance is starting to slip away. Lancer still holds a 3-round cushion at 7-4. A strong showing for someone who struggled so much yesterday. We head into the break with Lancer leading 7-5. You know he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see today. He should have plenty of confidence moving into the second half. Let's see how this side switch plays out. Omnic secures a strong position on the ramp and closes the gap to 6-7. The gap in the ladder isn't playing a factor at all right now. Incredible tenacity from Omnic, squaring off on the ramp to bring this set completely level. Lancer has completely lost his grip on the pace here. What a surge! He's now claimed 3 straight to take a surprising lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange to seal the round. Simply unstoppable right now, picking him clean off the ramp for a 4th straight. What a frantic exchange! Lancer barely comes out on top after both players dumped almost all their health into that fight. A crucial stop for him to keep this series tight. He secures another win from the ramp, continuing his impressive climb back into this set. The favorite is starting to exert his will on this set. Omnic just takes the lead, putting Lancer behind 10-9. A huge shift for him after that rough 10-25 run today. He's really starting to put the pressure on. Everything is tied up again. This has become a complete toss-up. Neither side is willing to let the other run away with it. Omnic has an unbelievable amount of grit, just taking control of the match at 12-10. He's really capitalizing on the mental fatigue here. Lancer strikes back with a flawless shot from the ramp to keep himself in the game. A precise response to keep this set moving. Absolutely insane. He claws back from the brink with just 6 health to secure the victory. He just wouldn't let it slide, keeping his head focused while the match completely spiraled. Absolutely gutsy play to close it out. What a fight!